loud and I can't tell. It's just my headset or the actual game, but just in case we'll turn it down a little bit for a second. The opening for this is intense. Alrighty, so we're back in Sympathy's Kiss world today. We're going to do the secret route we unlocked previously, accidentally, and then that's really my goal. I'm going to try and finish that route today. I'm going to try and do it all in one sitting. And then tomorrow we'll be back at Cupid Parasite to finish up Peter Flag / Jupiter / Zeus / whatever other name he goes by. Oh yeah, I forgot. I always forget to... It froze. Everything froze. To fix this. As a reminder for Cupid, it's better to be up because this is where her face shows up for Cupid. But we ain't got a face. We're in Sympathy's Kiss. Oh, wait. It was even earlier than that. I'm like, I'm going the wrong way. And we got the secret route simply by thinking that he was important. Just for the record. They're like, should you reply to his email? And we're like, yes. Therein lies the problem. Up until now, section managers have reached out individually with the request. I think it's better to consolidate everything into a single channel of communication. I was taking my socks off because they're the same socks I was using when I was cleaning. So I've started a project. It's on my stream today. Actually, I don't usually stream on Mondays. I just thought about that. I don't usually stream on Mondays because it's usually a work day. But my sister's out of town, and so I just put in for PTO for this week because I figured it'd be just easier to not have to worry about everything all the time as I kick the desk nonstop right now. Which reminds me, I might be getting a new desk soon. One that has... So this one has a bar across it, like in the middle. It's a really inconvenient place to have a bar because I end up kicking it when I stretch my legs accidentally. So I need one that's like supported on the outside, not underneath. Because I'm a fidgeter, and I always will be. But I took PTO this week so that I could be home and work on the house. We're redoing the bathroom right now. And by redoing, I mean painting the bathroom. And today I was like, I'm going to do the primer today, and then tomorrow I'll paint. The primer requires cleaning the walls. And a long time ago, our lovely ceiling in the bathroom got flooded from upstairs. And so they had to cut a giant hole in our ceiling and replace it. And then they used this spray concoction to make it look like, I don't know, kind of like a popcorn ceiling in there. And it got all over everything, and I hated it. But I was like, whatever, we're painting it anyways. But one of the steps before you use the primer is to wash the walls. We had mold on our walls. The primer we got specifically is to help for mold. So I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's wipe down all the mold. And then I was using a Mr. Clean. I ended up using two because it was getting caked with the stuff they used on the ceiling. And so it was getting really gross. So I ended up just having to use a scraper to scrape like half of it off. So tomorrow, I'll be priming tomorrow and probably painting tomorrow too. The primer says it only needs like an hour between being put on and you painting. So if I prime it right away, then I can paint it in about an hour and then do my second coat probably an hour after that. And then after that, it's littler things that we're going to be doing. I'm going to be painting some of the trim, a lighter shade of gray. There's some thought process in it. We'll see how it turns out. I have hopes. I did post some photos on Discord already about the progress, about what it looked like at the start and how it looks like right now, which it looks like a crime scene. We're getting there. It's gonna be cute, I swear. All right, you worked with YOFY a few times during your time as a design department, right? I figured you'd be the right person to ask.
それに、テンプスティの方は、大江だけで手が足りそうなんだ。
That's kind of mean. Besides, always should be able to handle Tempesty on her own. It's true. I had sent a few emails to YOFY in the past, but they were simply messages regarding design. It wasn't like we knew each other.
まあ、そう心配そうな顔をするな。
Don't worry. Okay. Tell me not to. I'll try not to.
基本的には、こっちの担当者との間に入って連絡をつないでもらうだけのことだ。
It's just a matter of mediating between our team and YOFY.
まあ担当者つっても基本的には早乙女と湊だけだしな。
By our team, I mean Saitome and Minato.
二人から上がってきたものをまとめてYOFYさんとやり取りしてくれ。
Just put together their requests and submit them to YOFY.
部分的には他部署の手を借りることもあるだろうから、その時は臨機応変に対応するように。
I'm sure there'll be other times when other departments need assistance as well, so be flexible. When he described it to me that way, none of it sounded too difficult. If OE was handling mediation with Tempesty on her own, that would leave me with plenty of time to do this job.
ただ湊はともかく早乙女は感覚的な表現も多いからな。
Now Minato, not so much, but Satomi's request can be a bit over the top.
意味がわからんところは本人にちゃんと確認してからYOFYさんに流せよ。
If his requests seem unclear, double check before sending them to YOFY.
そこで混乱すると一本化する意味がないからな。
If there is any confusion in the line, I think I just sprayed myself with lotion. On the line communication, there's no point in putting you as the point of contact. Thank you so much.
あいつはふらふらと席を外してることも多いから、そういう時は俺に聞け。
Saitomi is always restless and wandering off, so if he's not at his desk, you can come find me.
とにかくわからんまま適当に報告するのだけは避けるように。
Just let me know if anything is unclear. When I nodded, the director's face relaxed.
そうか、助かる。
Got it? Thanks.
もし何かあったら言ってくれ。よろしく頼んだぞ。
Come talk to me if anything. Talk to me anytime. I'm counting on you. Yoji, you best believe. Now officially tasked with communicating for YOFY, I had no choice but to do my best. I opened up my emails and began writing a message to YOFY. I wrote each sentence carefully to ensure there wasn't a hint of rudeness. I wish this was like a Doki Doki and I get to write it like a poetry letter now. We'd communicated before, so I started with a simple greeting and thanked him again for the work he's done for us. Then I explained my new role and invited him to come to the office so we could meet face to face and be properly introduced. I checked and rechecked the content of the message before I finally sending it. Just as I was about to close the email program, a reply immediately popped up on the screen. Noted. Thank you for your message. Unfortunately, I won't be able to visit your office. Thank you for understanding. I was a little taken aback by his blunt refusal to meet me in person. I realized that not only had I never met YOFY, but I didn't know of anyone in the company that had met him either. Normally a programmer or even an outside contractor would attend meetings to get to know everybody, but I reorganized my thought and sent YOFY another email. I asked him if it would be possible to meet remotely if he was unable to meet in person. My apologies. Unfortunately, I'm unable to participate in remote meetings. That said, I am available by email or chat at any time. Though his replies were polite, he clearly had no intention of ever meeting with me. I sighed. It seemed that YOFY was even more peculiar than I initially thought. With some work finished, I stepped into the hall for a break to find Satomi, Minato, and OE in the group chatting.
Oh, お疲れ。
Hey, Asawa. Good work today.
お疲れ様です。
Evening.
どうかした？ なんか元気がないように見えるけど。
What's wrong? You don't look so good. It seems Oe was able to see the worry on my face.
ああ、ヨフィーさんか。あなたが一括でやり取りすることになったのよね。
It's about YOFY? I heard you were going to be the point of contact with him from now on.
彼のことはあんまり気にする必要ないんじゃない？
I don't think you need to worry about him too much.
社内じゃ変な人だって有名だもんな。
Yeah, he's kind of famous in the company for being a weirdo.
社長以外は顔はおろか声すら聞いたことのある人はいないって噂があるくらいですし。
Apparently nobody in the company aside from the president has ever even heard his voice, let alone seen his face. It was a relief to hear that I wasn't the only one who got rejected. On the other hand, I was surprised by how little information people knew about him.
俺も前の部署の時に少しやり取りしたことあるけど、どんな時もメールかチャットでお願いしますって対面は完全拒否。
Yeah, but you're a lot, Sutomi. Everybody would say that. I had a few interactions with the guy at my last job. He always told me to email him or use chat. Never agreed to chat.
あの異常に丁寧な文面も距離感じちゃうよな。
The way he writes is just so freaking polite. It comes across as cold.
文章が丁寧なのはいいことだと思いますけど。
You could learn a bit about being polite in your writing.
そもそも仕事ができる人なら対面で打ち合わせできなくても何の問題もないんじゃないですか？
If he's doing a good job, is not meeting with him face to face really that much of an issue? Despite Minato's logical explanation, I felt it was critical to meet YOFY properly if we wanted to work well together. Additionally, I wanted to make sure our communications were as clear as possible, which is difficult with text only. I wanted to be an effective point of contact for Director Kobas and the others, but I wasn't sure how to do that.
でもほら、あなたの熱意がヨフィーさんの心を開くことがあるかもしれないし。
Well, who knows, Leah? Maybe your enthusiasm will open Yofi's heart.
粘るだけ粘ってみてもいいんじゃない？
Maybe you should stick with it.
だな。まあ過度な期待はしない方がいいと思うけど。
Yeah, but honestly, I wouldn't get your hopes up too much.
そんなこと気にするだけ時間の無駄だと思いますよ。
I think you're just wasting your time worrying about all that. With that, the three of them returned to their desk. After taking a short break of my own, I returned to my computer. After Oe's encouragement, I decided to shoot YOFY another email. I typically received a reply from him almost instantaneously, but his response this time took a while. After what felt like hours, I finally got a reply back from YOFY. Understood. I can accommodate a call provided it does not include video. He also wrote that my persistence wore him down. Though I felt a tinge of guilt for being selfish, I was satisfied we were moving in the right direction. I wish they would have shown the letter. Even in like Paradigm Paradox, she wrote letters and it would show you the letter she was writing. Like, show me the email. I hurried to prepare the necessary materials for the remote meeting with YOFY. As I did so, I felt my anticipation growing with each passing minute. Her persistence. She sent him 3 emails. Came the day of our meeting. YOFY had no intention of showing his face, but I could still show mine. I checked my appearance in the mirror many times. At the appointed time of our call, I nervously pressed the call button. The call appeared connected, but there was no sound on the other side. I coughed nervously and turned up my mic volume. Then an angry voice spat out at me.
うるさいな。聞こえてる。
You're so loud, I can hear you fine. My body tensed from the rough way he spoke, so different from his emails. Sure enough, just as he said before, his camera was turned off, and he sounds like the bad guy from Caller X Malice. He also seemed to have put on some kind of voice processor on his side.
何？
What? I was speechless from bewilderment, but quickly introduced myself and thanked him for meeting with me today. I'm Leah. I'm point of contact for you. It's nice to meet you. After a while, a small, indifferent voice came back to me from the other side.
よろしく。
Whatever. Despite the voice module, Yofi's apathy still carried over. I told him that from a business perspective, I knew emails and chat were better for record keeping, but I thought it might be easier to communicate after getting to know him in person.
何今日話したいことって。
So, what did you want to discuss? At his urging, I promptly shared my screen to show him the documents I had prepared. I then explained the upcoming projects we would be working
う
on.
ん、わかった。そうすぎた感じ。なんか回りくどくて分かりにくいところもあったし。
Yeah, I got it. I looked at the source code. It's not very well written.
打ち合わせが終わり次第、解析資料を元にシステムを書き換えるから。
As soon as we finish here, I'll do some system rewrites.
詳しいことは、この後メールでまとめて送る感じでいい？
Can I email you the details later? When it came to work, his voice sounded more serious and assured. I nodded my head and then Yofi sighed deliberately.
結局さ、こうやって後から文面で指差し確認するわけだから、通話する意味ってなかったんじゃない？
So if I'm going to email you the text later, what was the point of having this call again?
直接喋るなんて、僕にはやっぱり時間の無駄としか思えないよ。
It's a lot of thought. Seems like a giant waste of time to me. Perhaps it was the voice modular or on his side, but his tone sounded terribly cold. Unable to respond, I've floundered with a vague answer before he changed the topic.
他に要件は？
So is there anything else? What's your favorite color? I bought the new fashion column we wanted to promote. We had previously sent him the specifications to review, so I asked him for his opinion. Yofi groaned.
あれさ、使用書に書いてある動線が微妙じゃない？
Aren't the current specs pretty overcomplicated?
自由度が高いとか書いてあったけど、あれじゃ分かりにくいだけだよ。
They wanted to have a bunch of options, but I thought it was stupid. His sharp reply left me speechless. I tried not to let my shock show on my face, but I knew I couldn't back down. I gulped and tried to explain the details of the meeting I had with the project leader. The site needed to provide a wide range of options to attract new users and drive engagement.
分かった。ちゃんと意図があるなら別にいいんじゃない？
Alright, I guess that makes sense. I was relieved knowing that I had explained it better in a meeting than I could have in an email. I thanked him repeatedly and bowed deeply despite his voice being off. I had a feeling that he smiled.
大げさ。
That's a bit much. Feeling the tension lift slightly, I asked him if he would show me his face.
それは無理。
Why? No. Why would you ask? He's not even showing you his real voice. Rejected, I couldn't help but chuckle. Overall, the meeting with Yofi went well and ended on good note. Despite my nervousness about it, he generally seemed like a good person. Did he? We both expressed our sincere desires to continue working together. Did you? A few days after the meeting with Yofi, I was walking down the hall when I heard the computer company president in the conference room.
わざわざ来てもらって悪かったね。
Sorry for making you come out here.
本当だよ。そう思うなら次からは呼ばないで。
You should be. And if you actually are, you'll call me next time.
まあ、そう言わず。久しぶりに元気そうな顔が見られて安心したよ。
Oh, don't be like that. It's good to see you every once in a while. You're looking well.
何それ、おじさんくさ。
Whatever, old man. I wondered who could possibly be speaking to the president like that without fear or
それ
repercussion.
じゃあ、引き続きよろしく頼むよ。書類の提出は郵送で構わないから。
I'm happy to continue our partnership. You can mail us your documents moving forward.
わかった。
Got it. Am I gonna just stand here? Come on. I gasped escaped me when I realized I heard that voice before. Had you? It was with a module. Could it really be? As I debated the possibility, the conference room doors swung open and someone emerged.
うわ。
Ugh. Oh, he's got pink in his hair. Now, know your dreams, follow your heart. Out came a man wearing a large hoodie with a black mask covering his face. That was a painful sneeze. Covering his face. And the look on his face told me he knew exactly who I was. Without thinking, I pulled hard on his sleeve as he tried to slip away from me with notice. Then, just as I was about to call out his name, 2 other employees came strolling down the hallway.
もう
Rolling his eyes with frustration, the man grabbed my arm and he pulled me around the closest corner and held me there. His hand clasped over my mouth so I couldn't speak.
Shh.
I think I said this before. This has some tones of like Beauty and the Beast.
声出さないで。動くのもダメ。しばらくじっとしてて。
Don't speak. Don't even move. Just stay like this for a minute.
こら、おとなしくしてってば。別に取って食おうとか思ってないから。
Look, just stay still. I'm not gonna hurt you.
あの人たちがいなくなるまで、このまま。
Just gonna stay here until they're gone. Got it? I nervously wiggled with how close he was, but he got upset about that too. I resigned to wait quietly in his arms for the other employees to walk away. And then someone else comes up from the other side.
はぁ、やっといなくなった。
Ugh, they're finally gone. Once the coast was clear, he let go of me. I finally was able to ask if he was who I suspected, and he sighed in surrender.
さすがにもう違いますって言っても説得力ないか。
I guess it's no use pretending otherwise anymore.
場所変えよう。ここじゃまた誰が通るかわからないから。
Let's go somewhere else. You never know when someone's going to walk through here again. Wait, we're going to have Din Din? It was still early, but we decided to stop at a nearby cafe for lunch. Probably YOFY opened his menu as soon as we were seated. Then he turned to me and pointed at some pictures on the
これ
menu.
とこれと、あとこれも。
Please order for me. This one, and this one, and this one too. Spaghetti, fries, French onion soup. His somewhat childish selection and brash attitude don't match up. I just nodded. Really? You don't think a childish... I don't know, man.
ほら、君も早く決めて頼んだよ。
Hey, come on. Hurry up and pick. I'm hungry. He called the waiter and ordered our food without exchanging pleasantries with the staff. As the waiter left, the man shifted in his seat looking uncomfortable. He began to introduce himself.
お察しの通り、僕がヨフィーだよ。
As you guessed, I'm YOFY. A young freelance programmer. He's a top-tier programmer, but he doesn't like interacting with other people.
ねえ、どうしてあの時僕だって思ったの？こないだの打ち合わせだって声加工してたでしょ。
Well, you see, YOFY, I too am a stalker. So, how'd you know it was me? I thought I used a voice processing on our call. I told him that it was just a guess, but it was based on the way he spoke. YOFY raised his eyebrow.
はぁ、
Both of them.
信じらんない。
I don't believe you.
なんか君と話していると頭が痛くなってくる。
Talking to you makes my head hurt. Thank you. I asked him what he was doing at Estario. Did I do it right? In the first place, he was obviously stubborn when it came to meeting people.
ああ、今日はお宅の社長と契約関係の話があって仕方なく来たんだ。
Had to come in for some dumb contract negotiations with your CEO. He has like the eyes of a snake.
あのおじさん、こういう時じゃないと会わないんだから、少しだけでも顔出せってうるさくて。
The old geezer was insistent that I show we only see each other in situations like this.
基本仕事以外で人と関わるのが嫌だから、極力誰にも会わないようにしてたのに。
I don't like people, so outside of work, I avoid them when I can.
今日だって昼休憩で人が出歩き始める前にさっさと帰るつもりだったんだ。
Today, I planned to get out of there before people started taking their lunch breaks and walking around.
エスタリオ社員と対面で話すなんて、これが初めてだよ。
This is the first time I ever had a real conversation with another Estario employee.
あの場であれこれ追求されるのが面倒だったから、 つい勢いで連れてきちゃったけど。
Would have been annoying to be interrogated by you, so I had no choice but to come here with you. Aw, at least he admits it. Yofi mumbled more complaints, his head sinking into his
って
hand.
いうか、やっぱりそもそもリモート打ち合わせを OK したのが間違いだった。
It was stupid of me to agree to your remote meeting in the first place.
そもそも直接会いたいとか言い出すから、それよりはと思って仕方なく。
Started off wanting an in-person meeting. I had no choice but to at least do a remote meeting. Despite his claims to be antisocial, I couldn't take my eyes off of him. Why? His bleached hair, his flashy clothes, the hood and mask made it difficult to see his face, but I guess he was younger than me. Perhaps noticing my gaze, Yofi lifted his head back up and glared at me.
ちょっと、うざいからジロジロ見ないで。
Hey, don't stare at me. It's annoying.
言いたいことあるなら言えば。
If you want to say something, say it. I figured it wouldn't hurt to be honest. He's got a face now. Wait, that's showing it without his mask on. Why would you do that, game? Even like here, it said Yofi without a picture. Why would you? Like that seems like something they want you to see later. Why would you pick that picture and not the one with his mask on? You're not what I pictured.
はあ？一体どんな想像してたわけ？
He didn't like. This is showing his face too. Game. What the heck? Put the mask on. Okay. We're gonna go through this and then we're gonna restart that question because that didn't give us anything. What did you
不
picture?
健康でおとなしいって。
Old, unhealthy, maybe.
あっそ。君が想像してたダサもやしじゃなくて残念だったね。
Sorry to disappoint. I never imagined him that way, but I'm sure it sure made him angry to think I had. I was shocked by his baseless assumptions, but I apologized anyways. Just making sure that did nothing. It's nice to meet you. I have a few work questions. I'm excited for our future. Let's try that. That's blue, but it's also in the middle of the screen. Does that work? I have yet to understand work-love balance in this game. I clasped my hands together, thanked Yofi for everything, and said that I was looking forward to our future. His eyes widened.
なんなの？嫁入りでもするつもり？
What's with you? You sound like you're proposing. I frantically waved my hands and tried to explain myself as flabbergasted. Yofi.
仕事のパートナーとして。
Yeah. As a business partner, whatever.
ま、適当によろしく。
I'm looking forward to working with you too. We've
どう
been
せ大して長い付き合いにはならないと思うけどね。
That said, I can't say how long we'll be working together or anything. I had to chuckle at the sternness of it to ease the awkwardness I felt. I don't understand work-love balance. I'm trying so hard. It's nice to meet you. Yofi paused, momentarily amused flashed on his eyes, but with another blink, he was back to glowering at me. That worked. That worked. That one worked. He loves me more than that one guy who was my last rap on the first one. Yofi paused momentarily, amusement flashed in his eyes, but with another blink, he was back to glowering at me.
何それ？嫌味？
What was that, sarcasm? I hurriedly shook my head and told him I meant it. I'd always wanted to meet him. That was all.
あっそ。 よくそんなことさらっと言えるね。恥ずかしい人。
How can you say that with such a straight face? I'm embarrassed for you.
あと、僕は別に会いたくなかった。
For the record, I wasn't interested in meeting you. His voice revealed a slightly softer tone before he returned to his typical blunt self. After we chatted away, our food eventually arrived at the table.
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you for waiting. Oh, thank you, restaurant staff.
注文のものお揃いですか？ではごゆっくりどうぞ。
Is there anything else I can get you? If not, please enjoy. YOFY watched the clerk until they were out of sight before removing his mask. He had a well-defined nose, his lips were full and pink, his jawline was sharp too.
ナポリタンってピーマン入ってるんだっけ？写真で気づけばよかった。
Ugh, what? The pasta has green peppers in it. Why didn't I see that in the picture? Looking like a little kid, he pushed the green peppers one by one to the side of his
だ
plate.
から、ジロジロ見ないで。
I told you before not to stare. This is all I can do. This is where the camera angle is showing me.
ていうか、君もさっさと食べれば冷めるよ。
Or better yet, eat your food. It's gonna get cold. YOFY scolded me again, and he silently ate his lunch. I quickly apologized and reached for the utensils. I decided to concentrate only on my food for the time being and ate silently. We know what he got. What did you get? After both of us finished eating, I looked down at my watch to see there was still a lot of time left on my lunch break. I took a chance and nervously asked YOFY if he could answer a few questions. He scoffed.
真面目に答えないかもだけど、それでもいいならご勝手に。
I might not answer them, but sure, go ahead. I was getting used to his particular way of speaking. Undeterred, I asked him what was on my mind. My real name? Well, let's see. There's two Y's. Yoshi. His name's Yoshi. Fry. Yoshi Fry.
じゃあ、ヨピオかヨフ太郎。
YOFY McYoferson.
何？不満？真面目に答えなくもいいって言ったのはそっちでしょ。
What? No good? I already told you I wasn't necessarily going to answer your questions. There wasn't much I could say in response to that, so I changed tactics and asked him his age.
年は28。
I'm 28. I assumed he was younger than me, so my voice raised in shock when I asked him again.
そうだよ。
28?
文句ある？
What, you got a problem with that?
嘘じゃないって。よく年の割に若いって驚かれるよ。
He looks like someone who kills things for fun. I'm not lying. People say I look young for my age. I still couldn't believe he was that old, but I let it go and asked him about his hobbies.
いや、なんなのその質問。お見合いでもしてるつもり？
My hobbies? What is this, some kind of blind date? Excuse me, I'm just trying to figure out if we're work-love compatible, my guy. Maybe it was a bit odd to be asking him all of these questions, but I was genuinely curious. I gave up, apologized for prying, and he huffed and glanced over to the side, which revealed a bit of pasta sauce on his cheek.
ケチャップ？
Ketchup? Yeah, sauce.
どこ？この辺？
Where? Here? Thought I pressed a button. I was trying to cough. Okay. Seeing him struggle to wipe his cheek with his hoodie sleeve, an instinct to help him overcame me. Wipe it with a napkin. Wipe it with your fangy. You don't know if he likes germs or not. I don't know. What? When I tried to wipe the sauce from his face, he gasped and recoiled.
いきなり何？信じらんない。
What are you doing? What the hell?
ちょっと年上だからって勝手に子供扱いしないで。
Don't treat me like I'm a kid just because you're older than me. I was about to apologize, but realized something and scoffed bitterly instead. He said I was older than him, which meant he lied about his age after all.
当たり前じゃん。 本当は19だよ。
Duh, I'm 19. I was beginning to feel exhausted by Yofi.
4つも下って。たかが4つでしょ。年上ぶらないで。
I'm only a few years younger than you. Don't make a big deal out of it.
そんなことよりさ。
Besides, that's not the point here. He cut me off before I could respond, glaring fiercely at me.
初対面の男にあんなことするとか、君の思考回路はどうなってるの？
What kind of person does that to a guy she's never met before?
っていうかバカなの？セクハラで訴えられたいの？
Are you stupid or something? You've heard of sexual harassment, right? Perhaps I had gone overboard. Wiping his face probably wasn't appropriate.
素直でよろしい。もういいから、さっさと頭上げて。
In my brain, I haven't apologized once to you, my guy. No kidding. Now stop apologizing so much.
まあ、僕が袖で拭おうとしてたのも悪かったし。
I guess I shouldn't have tried to wipe it away with my sleeve. Pretending to be struck by an idea, he smiled and looked down at his plate of
じゃ
pasta.
あ、君にはさっきのお礼にこれをあげよう。
Tell you what, I'll give you a little present for trying to help me out. I don't know if I want a present. Yofi? He spooned a green pepper he had been avoiding onto
だ
my
って
plate.
ほら、君ってピーマン好きそうな顔してるから。
You know, you look like the type of girl who likes green peppers. I don't know what that means. What did he mean by that? I wasn't sure how to respond, even if I wanted to. Yofi was looking at me with a wicked grin.
苦い野菜。君は好きだよね？
I bet you like bitter vegetables, don't you? I thought about it and Bitter vegetables? What's considered a bitter vegetable? I wouldn't call green peppers bitter at all. What are these called? Hang on, load. Upset or laughter? Sure, why not? I nodded, and Yofi happily pushed the plate towards me.
なんだ、当たってるじゃん。ほら、全部食べていいよ。
See? I knew it. You can have them all. Taking a look at the peppers, I marveled at how he avoided eating every single one.
そうだよ。入ってたら毎回避けてる。
Of course, if it's got peppers in it, I avoid them.
面倒だけど仕方ないじゃん。こいつが苦いのが悪い。
They're not bitter. Has he never ate one before? Oh my god, is this Alan, but in a different universe? Does he not know what bitter is? It's a pain, but what are you gonna do? The bitterness is so gross.
そもそも、あんなに主張強い味してるのに、そこかしこに入ってるのがずうずうしいよね。
I mean, they've got such a strong flavor to them. Who wants that crap in their pasta?
あ？最後に食べたの？
You're really gonna eat them all?
いつだろう。多分小学生の時とかじゃないかな。
So her question is, when did you stop eating peppers? You weirdo. I don't know. I think I gave up trying to eat them in elementary
っ
school.
ていうか、そんなこと聞いて何になるの？
I mean, where's the benefit of eating them? I said it must be a real hassle to constantly avoid them. Maybe his taste has changed now that he's older. Now that you're 2 years older, buddy, I suggested Yofi try eating half of the remaining peppers and see if you like them. Yofi stared at me with a doubtful look before blurting
確か
out.
に、いちいちピーマンを避ける手間がなくなるのは、ちょっといいかもしれない。
Yeah, what the heck. It would be nice to not avoid them all the time.
じゃあ、半分だけ。
Alright, just half of them. I placed half of the remaining peppers back on his plate and the two of us ate the rest together. Yofi chewed silently for a while then.
ああ、やっぱ無理。まずい。
I can't. These things are terrible. He quickly reached his limit, grabbed a glass from the table and downed it in one gulp. As he placed his glass back down, our eyes met. Then he started laughing.
もう、おかしい。
That's hilarious. Hysterical. I was confused as Yofi leaned forward and extended his hand towards
さっき
me.
の仕返し。
This is payback. I closed my eyes and felt a soft touch on the edge of my lips. Why would you close your eyes? I opened my eyes to see YOFY licking pasta sauce from his fingertips. I realized he had wiped the sauce from my face with his fingers.
何そのアホ面。
What's with that stupid look? I don't know, man. You're the one making it.
人の世話を焼く前にちゃんと自分も気をつけたら。
Why don't you get yourself sorted out before criticizing others? Is this gaslighting? He was right, of course, and I couldn't find a thing to say.
ああ、まだ口の中苦い気がする。口直しにデザート食べようかな。
Tapioca? Do you say tapioca? My mouth is still bitter from those vegetables. I think I need a dessert to get this taste out of my
チョコ
mouth.
パフェにする。ほら、頼んで。
I'll have the chocolate parfait. Go on, order. As I called the waiter to the table, I glanced over at YOFY. Even though our time together was short, I felt I had learned a lot about him. I felt closer to him now that I heard his voice and seen his face and felt my cheeks relax into a smile. Look at us eating peppers together. I paid the bill and we left the restaurant.
じゃあね。
Later. I said goodbye to him and was about to head back to the office when suddenly a fuzzy brown blur came out of nowhere and leapt at YOFY.
おっ
What? A medium-sized dog, now towering over YOFY, its tail wagging furiously. Since the dog was dragging the leash, I knew the owner must be somewhere nearby.
ちょっとやめて。
Hey, stop that. The dog seemed to like YOFY and licked his face with
す
gusto.
ぐったいから舐めないでってば。
Cut it out. That tickles.
ねえ、どうしたらいいのこれ。見てないで助けてよ。
What am I supposed to do here? Don't just stand there. Help. I'm good. I was too stunned to move when he asked for help. The first thing to do was to get some space between them, so I reached out to the dog.
ご迷惑をおかけしてすみません。
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. The owner of the dog came rushing up from behind us.
大丈夫でしたか？怪我とか。
Are you alright? Did you get hurt?
平気。
I'm fine. The owner was obviously concerned, but YOFY only gave a curt reply as he readjusted his
本当に
mask.
ごめんなさい。それじゃ。
Really am sorry. Now if you'll excuse me. The owner apologized a few more times before walking away.
やっと言った。
Finally gone. I asked him if he didn't like the dogs. He gave a non-committal shrug and watched the dog and its owner as they left.
嫌いっていうか、接したことがないからどうしたらいいかわからないだけ。
It's not that I don't like them, it's just I've never really had contact with them.
小さい頃は気管支が弱くて喘息の発作が出るかもしれないからって両
What did I
親が
do?
遠ざけて
Hang
た
on, what I
し。
clicked on. When I was a kid, I got sick a lot. My parents sheltered me because I could have had an asthma attack.
そのせいか、動物には近寄らないのが当たり前みたいになってて。
I always try to avoid dealing with animals if I don't have to.
これまで触れ合う機会がほとんどなかったんだよね。
I haven't really had opportunities to interact with them, you know? Once again, I found myself learning about YOFY in unexpected ways. Although he spoke so matter-of-factly, the mention of him possibly having an asthma attack worried me.
昔の話だよ。今はもう人並みに生活できるくらいには元気。
It was a long time ago. I'm well enough to live a normal life now.
っていうか、時間大丈夫？
Speaking of which, are you going to be on time? I looked down at my watch to find the end of my lunch break was swiftly approaching. I thanked him once more before returning to the office and ran. Sometime after my chance encounter with YOFY, I regularly communicate with YOFY via email about various programming issues. He used to be overly polite in his emails, but he became more direct after our meeting. You can't go to external links. I'm not seeing it on my end. Are you sure you're using the latest version? I replied that I was indeed using the latest version and it still wasn't working. I received an email back from him. This is going nowhere. Let's call. I'll send you my ring ID. Call me once you get it. Ooh. It was the first time YOFY suggested we have a call. It was pretty monumentous. I immediately registered the ID he sent me. Are there different characters for each chat? Did I just mess up and get the prince's one? It's a little tulip bunny. What? Just in case I sent a sticker first to confirm I entered the right ID. It's a tulip seal. I'll call now. He replied instantly, and then my phone started to vibrate.
Oh.
Hey. As soon as I had answered, YOFY's voice hummed through the receiver. I quickly explained the issue to him.
もしかしてブラウザの問題かな。画面共有して見せて。
Sounds like a browser problem. Share your screen and show me.
ああ、なるほどね。それで開くとバグが出るのか。
I get it. So you open it and then you get the bug. YOFY seemed to understand the problem with a single
了
look.
解。今のところも直してまた連絡する。
Got it. Let me fix it and get back to
はい
you.
はい、どうも。それじゃあ。あ、ちょっと待って。
Yeah, pleasure working with you and all that. Later. Actually, wait a sec. I think YOFY was about to hang up when he suddenly stopped.
さ。
You know...
確かに、こういう時は文面でなかなかやり取りするのは効率的じゃないかも。だから。
Listen, with issues like this, it's kind of a pain to type things out, so...
認識を合わせたい時くらいなら、通話してあげてもいいよ。
If you want to talk on the phone with issues like this arise, it's cool with me. It seems like he was going to be typical YOFY to talk down to me like that, but even if only a little, I felt he had opened up to me and I smiled to
で
myself.
も、絶対に社内でスピーカーにしたりしないでよ。
But don't you ever put me on speaker while you're in the office, you got it?
口調が原因で君に見バレしたの。結構後悔してるんだから。
This whole mess is because I was dumb enough to let you hear me in the first place. Okay, Otaro, calm down. I promised to be careful and we both hung up the phone. She doesn't have to call you, don't call him. Since then, we occasionally had calls and remote meetings together. Our discussions were mostly work-related, but we sometimes made small talk on the side. Bit by bit, I got to feel for YOFY's personality. Before I knew it, I found myself looking forward to our little talks. Like the band. That's the song, that's not the band's name. Spin-off! Yo, 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 let's go! Switching sides. Huh. It's a very standard apartment size, honestly. I stared at the screen of my ring contact, Leah Amasawa.
家族以外を登録したのって初めてな気がする。
I don't think I have any contacts outside of family. Even though it was for work, I would normally... Is this the prince's brother? Is this the little brother that was in the hospital? Because I just thought about how the email... Okay. She got an email from him that said, hey, can you bring me food when you come by? And I assumed that email was meant for the prince. Because the prince and him were texting each other when he was on house arrest. So I assumed that email was meant for him specifically because he was probably coming over. If that's his brother, it also explains why they both have blonde hair. And why his spin-off secret route is in that story route. Maybe? Even though it was for work, I would normally never consider exchanging private contact information with anyone.
見バレしてガードが緩くなったのかもしれない。
Now that she knows who I am, I've let my guard down, except she doesn't.
そもそも打ち合わせの時はボイスチェンジャー使ってたのに。なんだよ、勘で分かったって。
I used the voice modulator when we spoke the first time. How did she figure out it was me? Intuition?
ほんと
What a
変な人
weirdo. I reached for my cheek. It was the spot Amasawa had touched the other day.
別に悪い人じゃないんだろうけど
Well, she's not all that bad. A lot happened that day. When was the last time I had a meal with someone, or ate green peppers, or touched a real dog? Actually, speaking of dogs, what was probably the first one I ever
あの
touched?
人のせいで調子狂わされてる気がする
I feel like my life started to take a weird turn because of her.
でももう直接会うこともないか
But it's not like I'll see her again.
あの日会ったのは完全に事故みたいなものだったし仕事で対面する必要があることなんてないし
That meeting we had the other day was a crazy mistake. There's no reason for me to see her face to face again. Unless we have, like, work prom.
そう思うと少し名残惜しい気がしなくもないけど
When I think of it that way, I can't help but feel a little sad.
そんなわけない
That's
何
not
考
true.
えてんだろ
What am I thinking? I shook my head hard as if the thoughts would come out like
うあの
water
人
from
は
my
ただの
ears.
仕事相手だそれ以上でも以下でもない
She's just someone I work with, nothing more, nothing less.
連絡先を交換したのだって仕事がやりやすくなるから
We exchanged contact information to make our job easier. You asked for my contact information. It was definitely you.
引きこもってばっかで仕事以外の話をろくにしてこなかったから変なこと考えたのかも
I've been so withdrawn. Normally all I do is work. That must be why I'm suddenly having all these weird thoughts. Just because she knew who I was didn't mean I'd treat her differently. And yet, she's the first one you've given her the phone number to. Yoshi. Yofi. I did joke that his name was Yoshi. But Yofi. Do they have the same color eyes? Does he have blue eyes? I'm pretty sure I'm right. I think I figured it out. I did it. I nailed it. All right. I'd keep her at a distance like I did with everyone
そうだ
else.
よただ
That's right.
それだけ
Like I always do. His parents have very, 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 mature children that didn't have any problems or neglect as that young age. As time went by, I settled in work closely with Yofi. Then one day, we were having a ring call when Yofi expressed his displeasure to me.
ねえこの追加修正って本当に必要
Are these modifications really needed?
どう考えても見にくくなるだけだと思うんだけど
I think they'll make it harder to see what's going on. He was referring to the new search function that would display related articles below the one for search. Yofi thought the entire search function should be
こ
simplified.
んな風に何でもかんでもやろうとするのが良くないんじゃないの
You can't just keep tacking on features to the app for the sake of it.
今のエスター氏が模索って時代遅れって言われてる理由ちゃんと分かってるわけ
I mean, you get why people think a Star C is tacky and outdated now, right?
ユーザーのことちゃんと考えてないなら回収なんかしたって意味ないと思うよ
You've got to think from a user perspective, otherwise there's no point in these
っていうか
changes.
さ画面のレイアウトとか UI を担当したのって君でしょ
Think about it. Aren't you the one in charge of screen layout and UI design? UI! Abbreviation for user interface, data in a website or application which users see and interact with, often used when discussing application design, colors, and font.
自分で作ってて見にくいとは全然思わなかったの
Didn't you think all this looked hard to see when you made it? I huffed defiantly. Truth be told, I only threw this function into our design template because it had been requested by someone else. Yofi's loud sigh made me feel even more sore about the whole thing.
でどうするのこれ黙ってても何も解決しないよ
And what are you gonna do to fix this? Keeping quiet's not gonna solve anything. I thought hard about how to respond to him. Yawning. Too early or too late, one or the other. I didn't think about it. Just include it, okay? I think it's convenient. Okay.
その心は
Not load. We're tied. It's tied. Work love is tied right now. We're doing it. You can't see love, but it's there. Do you now? Wouldn't it be useful to quickly access articles related to the ones you searched for? The person who created the specifications agreed with me, and it seemed like a shame to lose that functionality.
まあ、それは一理あるよね。
I guess you have a point.
別に機能自体を全消ししろってことじゃないよ。ただ、もう少し調整しなきゃダメだと思うってこと。
Look, I'm not saying you need to get rid of the feature, but it needs to be tweaked.
検索してヒットした記事とおまけの関連記事がごっちゃになって見えるのが問題。
The problem is the related articles and the articles you search for are all jumbled together. When he explained more, I could see the logic in his opinion.
僕は本来、仕様にあれこれ口を出す立場じゃないんだけど。
Look, I'm not really supposed to give input on specification.
でも、これはさすがに気になるよ。ちゃんと見直すべきだと思う。
But this thing is a mess. It needs a serious overhaul. I couldn't argue with the expert. Even though he couldn't see me, I nodded and apologized. Oh my gosh, he hung up on me? It's got a little bunny. Oh wait, my camera, hang on. It's got a little bunny. Look at the bunny. So cute. I told him I'd have his request reviewed and ended the call quickly. Resolving not to be discouraged, I stood up and shook off YOFY's criticism. Then I went over to the person who made the feature request.
お疲れ。どうかした？
Oh no, we established he's not dateable. Stupid. I want to date an elf. Hey Amasawa, what's up? Isaka was a member of the Content 2 team. The Astarcy planning department for the app relaunched had just 5 members, including me. Since that wasn't nearly enough people, we had been enlisting employees from other departments to help with minor
も
tasks.
しかして使用書にミスがあった？
Was there a mistake in my specs? Feeling apologetic, I explained the point raised by YOFY during our
な
call.
るほど。確かにそのプログラマーさんの言う通りかもしれないな。
I see. The programmer may be onto something.
だけど他の作業が押しててちょっとこっちの修正まで手が回るかどうか。
Trouble is, I'm not sure when I'll have time to fix that one. Asaka puzzled over the spec sheet before suddenly snapping his head up and looking at me.
そうだ。勉強にもなるし、君が仕様の修正やってみない？
I know. How about you try modifying the functions? It could be a learning experience for you, Yamasawa.
もちろん、わからないところは俺も教えるよ。
Of course, I'll be here for anything you need help with. His suggestion was so unexpected, I wasn't sure where to even begin refuting the idea. I doubted I could accomplish something like this. I've only done design work. I was about to reply when Director Kobas happened to walk past us.
なんだ、どうした？
What's going on? When Asake explained the situation, Kobas smiled in response.
いい機会じゃないか。やってみろ。
It's a terrific opportunity. Give it a
わから
shot.
なければ周りに頼ればいい。デザインの仕事にもいい影響があると思うぞ。
If there's something you can't figure out, just ask. I think it'll help you with your design work too. It was clear there was no way to weasel out of this now. Alright, I told him I'd do my best and pouted all the way back to my desk. Practically in tears, feeling the pressure of the situation, I began to study the specification document. Later that evening, I was having trouble amending the spec sheet and ended up working overtime. Maybe because it was Friday, there was no one left in the office. The entire floor was silent. Since I had been entrusted with this new responsibility, I wanted to make sure I did it right. It would have been impossible to fake my way through something like this, anyways. Having focused for so long on the revision, I needed to take a breather and gather my thoughts. I decided to stop by a nearby convenience store to grab a drink and left my desk with my phone in hand. On the way back to the office, I was walking without paying attention, still thinking about the spec sheet when
びっくりした。
you scared me. My whole body slammed into someone else. I looked up to face a familiar voice, and there stood YOFY. I hadn't seen him in person since we had lunch
ちゃんと
together.
前見て歩きなよ。
You should watch where you're going.
ていうか、何？こんな時間まで残業？
The better question is, were you still at work? When I told him I had been working overtime to address his concerns with the feature we discussed, he looked surprised.
あの仕様の調整、君がやるの？
You're the one making the changes to the specs?
それじゃ、僕のせいで残業してるってことじゃん。
I guess that means you're working overtime because of me. An awkward tension started to rise as YOFY furrowed his eyebrows, so I hurried to change the subject. What are you doing here? Me?
僕はただの散歩。この近くに住んでるから。
I'm just taking a walk. I live around here.
職業上ろくに部屋から出ないから、このままじゃ早死にするなって思ってさ。
I
た
don't
ま
get
に
out.
この辺歩いてるの。
I don't get out of my room much due to work. If I don't go for a walk, I'll die early. I giggled at the idea of someone so young worried about an early death. YOFY spun on his heels to
じゃあ
leave.
ね、
Later,
終電の時間もあるだろうし、ほどほどにして君も帰りなよ。
you've got a last train to catch, right? Go home. He gave me one last order before walking away. But joke's on him. I'm doing an all-nighter. I made my way back to the office and I was about to go inside when I realized I couldn't find my key card to open the front doors. I was in such a daze when I left, I had forgotten it at my desk. All I had on me were my phone, my debit card, and the drink I just bought at the convenience store. The keys to my house were in my bag. I left on my desk too. I cupped my hands against the door in search of signs of life, but there was no one left at this late hour. Since I only had a few dollars left on my card, I couldn't go to the internet cafe for the night. My heart sank when I realized I was trapped outside with no place to go. Conveniently, I opened the Ring app to contact a friend of mine. My phone flashed its low battery icon in the corner of the screen. At this rate, I'd have to sleep on the park bench in front of my office.
僕はただの散歩。この近くに住んでるから。
Let's not bother YOFY. My mind jumped to what YOFY had said earlier. Maybe if I told him what happened, he could give me some money for a hotel, and then I could pay him back later. I hesitated to bother him considering he was a colleague. You have your debit card though. Can't you use your debit card to buy a hotel room? The battery on my phone was quickly draining with each second I dawdled. With no other option, I tapped the call button on my phone. Weird question. Mr. YOFY? Just as I returned from my walk, my phone began to ring. I wondered who would call me at this hour and lazily unlocked the screen. The caller ID said Amasawa.
どうしたんだろう。今まで勤務時間以外にかけてきたことなんてないのに。
What's going on? Nobody has ever contacted me outside of work hours. Tilting my head in confusion, I tapped the answer button.
何？
What? Amasawa's voice sounded panicked as it came through the speaker.
助けてってどういうこと？
I wish I knew. What do you mean by help me?
エスタリオ、今からそっち行けばいいの？
You want me to go there right now?
あ、ちょっと。
Hey, wait. I tried to ask her for more detail, but before I could get any information from her, the call was dropped. No matter how many times I called back, I couldn't get
意
through.
味わかんない。これだから人と関わるのは嫌なんだ。
I don't get it. See, this is why I don't get involved with people.
本当に行くべき。でも、あの人に限っていたずらってことはないと思うし。
I don't know if I should go, but she doesn't seem like the type to pull a prank like that. Suddenly I remembered what I saw on the police bulletin board during my walk. There was a notice about a suspicious man who attacked women and was on the run. Police were looking for witnesses.
もしかしたら
Could it be?
あの人は女だし深夜だし助けてって言ってたし
A young woman like her on her own late at night asking for help? Anxiety coursed through my veins. Why? Why are you so anxious, my guy? Something overtook me, and the next thing I knew, I was rushing out of the house. Did you forget to put your mask back on? I clutched my dead phone as if it might turn back on if I just wished hard enough. I tried to explain everything as quickly as possible, but the call disconnected so fast that I barely got a word out. I sighed at my certain doom. He definitely wouldn't come after a call like that.
無事
Are you okay? Yofi came rushing towards me. He was out of breath and grabbed both of my shoulders tightly when he reached me.
大丈夫なの何もなかった
Are you alright? Did anything happen?
朝
No, my phone
Nada,
died. That's good. Exhaling lightly, Yofi took his hands away from my shoulders.
で何助けてってどういうこと
So what? Why did you call me?
はカードキーを忘れただけ
You forgot your key card?
なんだ紛らわしいてっきり例の不審者に出くわしたのかと
Seriously? I thought you ran into an attacker or something like that. I was sorry to have disturbed him so much, though I wasn't sure how he thought up an attacker. Yofi turned his head to face the direction he had just came
なん
from.
かこの辺で不審者が出たらしいよ
I heard a woman was attacked in this area.
まだ逃走中だって書いた看板を散歩中に見かけたから万が一のことがあったらやばいと思って
When I was out for my walk, I saw that the police were looking for a guy who did it. I figured that's what you called me. If I had just seen a story like that and had someone call me to saying help, I'd probably have thought the worst
別に
too.
いいよ謝んなくて
Sorry, man. Whatever, you don't need to apologize. Since he told me not to apologize, I thanked him instead. I couldn't say it out loud, but I was sincerely very happy that Yofi had rushed to see me.
ほらさっさと行くよ
Come on, let's go.
はどこって泊まるとこがないからうちに行きたくて呼んだんじゃないの
Where? What do you mean where? You've got no place to stay. Didn't you call so I could stay with me? My eyes nearly budged out of my head in total shock. It absolutely was not my intention to spend the night at his place. No, Yofi. I was asking you for money so I could stay at a hotel and I'll pay you back tomorrow when I can get my stuff from the building.
それならそうと早く言ってよ
Why didn't you say so earlier?
別にやましい気持ちがあったとかじゃないから勘違いしないでよね
Don't get the wrong idea. I don't have ulterior motives, alright? Yofi turned away as he spoke, his pink cheeks peeking out from beneath his
っ
mask.
ていうか僕の行為を無限にする気
Anyway, are you really turning down my attempt at hospitality?
そもそもエカフェなんて犯罪の温床だから
Besides, internet cafes and places like that are breeding grounds for crime.
不審者も近くをうろついてるんだしいいから黙ってうちに来て
Is it you? Just curious. There are criminals on the loose around here, so just shut up and come to my place. In some kind of strange retaliation, Yofi forcefully grabbed my hand and pulled me along his walk.
そもそも残業だって僕がさせたみたいなものだし
Besides, it's my fault you were working late in the first place. He likely hadn't intended for me to hear him muttering, but they revealed the true kindness of his heart. I felt slightly nervous, feeling the warmth of his hand holding mine as we walked together through the night. Me, my drink. After about a 10-minute walk from Astario's office, we reached Yofi's apartment. I couldn't help but notice his extremely powerful PC fit for a programmer like him.
じろじろ見たって別に面白いものなんかないよ
Stop staring. There's nothing interesting here to look at. Look, he took his hoodie off.
でもまあ適当にくつろいでいいから
Anyways, make yourself at home. Yofi tossed a large cushion at me. He was only 19, but I wonder if he lived alone.
そうじゃなかったら君のこと連れてこないでしょ。
Do you live alone? Duh, I wouldn't have brought you back here otherwise. Yofi ignored me and walked to his kitchen, leaving me to sit down on my own. So mean. Soon he returned with some cola and potato chips.
よければどうぞ。
Help yourself.
君は自分で買ってたやつがあるのか。あ、欲しかったら言って。
Oh, looks like you've already got a drink. Anyway, let me know if you want one. Yofi sat down next to me and used disposable chopsticks to eat his chips. As I watched him snack, I noticed a massive cardboard box in the corner of the room.
ん？そう。コーラとサイダーは箱で買ってるの。
Yeah, I buy cola and cider by the case.
ポテチも好きだよ。こっちも箱で買ってる。結局薄塩が最強だよね。
I like potato chips. I buy them by the case too. There are all kinds of flavors, but salt ones are the best. Salt and vinegar for me, my guy. Like how they burn. This conversation reminded me that I saw stuffed green pepper flavored chips at the convenience store earlier. I thought I'd tell Yofi about them.
わ、最悪。ポテチまでピーマン味にするとか。
How terrible. Leave potato chips alone. Yofi's face contorted bitterly as he imagined the taste. I teased him and said he should give them a try. Maybe they'd be good.
無理。ピーマン味とかポテチへの冒涜。絶対食べない。
It's sacrilege. No potato chip deserves to be mutilated by green peppers. I'll never eat it. I mean, sour cream and green onion actually are delicious. He snapped at me, ending the discussion. I thought about emphasizing the meaty flavor of stuffed peppers, but ultimately decided to keep my mouth shut. But with the end of our conversation, awkward silence swept over the room.
ねえ、ゲームしてもいい？
Do you mind if I play a game? As he spoke, he pointed to the TV. It's a huge TV.
君も好きに過ごしてくれていいから。
I nodded for him to go ahead, and he got up and turned everything on. Feel free to do whatever.
顔とか洗うなら洗面所はあっち。トイレは部屋を出て右ね。
If you want to wash your face, the washroom's over there, and toilet's to the right.
スマホも充電していいよ。そこにコードあるから
You can
勝手
also
に使っ
charge
て。
your phone. The cord's right there. Thank you so much. Given the options, I chose to go wash off the stressful day and charge your phone. You can charge your phone while you're washing off. When I returned, Yofi was engrossed in some kind of zombie action video game. I didn't know much about games, but he seemed to be pretty skilled. I sat down next to him to watch him play and saw him slaying zombies one after another. I clapped with excitement after a neat move, and Yofi muttered in a small voice.
別にすごくないよ。昔から暇つぶしにずっとやってただけだから。
What are you saying? You want to be an esports gamer? It's not that impressive. It's just something I do in my free time.
君はあんまりやらない？
You don't play? I mean, I do. I just don't. I'm not very good at them. I try my best. When my friends ask and they understand that I'm being carried by them, like I'll be on their back the whole time, we're fine. I told them I had a game console at my childhood home. Well, that's not accurate at all. I bought it when I was still a student and played casually when I had free time or had friends over. I reminisced how fun it was when we all got together to play, shouting and laughing.
僕は友達いなかったからそういうのはやったことない。
I don't really have friends, so I've never done anything like that.
知らない人とプレイするのも嫌だしね。
But I don't like playing with strangers. Maybe the topic of friends was a minefield. I shut my mouth and let the conversation end. Yofi, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind and continued playing his game.
ねえ、暇だしなんか面白い話してよ。
Hey, tell me something interesting. Gosh, something interesting. All my interesting facts just like went out the window. Let's see. What do I know about koalas? All koalas basically have chlamydia. Just a cute fact. How they're born and raised.
まあ確かに僕はゲームしてるし暇じゃないけど。
I'm playing a game. You talk. You are a podcast for me now.
でも君が暇でしょ？眠いなら別に寝てもいいけど。
But if you're not gonna got nothing to say, or if you're sleepy, you can go to bed. There was no way I could get comfortable and fall asleep in this situation, and I wanted to take this opportunity to get to know him better. I racked my brain for a good conversation topic.
じゃあさ、君の学生時代の話でも聞かせてよ。
How about you tell me about your time in school? After what he had just said about not having a social life, I had assumed this would be a sensitive topic. I was a little reluctant.
ほら、早く。
Come on, out with it. Well, so I began. So nostalgically recount the stories of my high school life. I dropped out actually and got a GED because of my anxiety and depression. I guess. I don't know what the right word would be. I talked about the clubs I was in. I did band. I played the clarinet. I liked to do theater stuff, but my schools weren't like the ones in TV where they had like a theater program because again, I dropped out before that was like an elective you could take. I talked about the clubs I was in, the festivals I liked. We don't really have festivals, but the book fair, my jam. My favorite teachers and the ones I hated, even my school lunches. I had one teacher in the 8th grade, question mark, 7th grade, middle school, I don't remember, that actually let me write and draw during class and I wouldn't get in trouble. In fact, another student got mad that I was allowed to do that and she had to like tell him like she's passing. So I don't care if she's drawing. Yay! I talked about the clubs, even the school lunches. YOFY continued gaming while listening to me, occasionally interjecting a question or a comment here and there. When I got to the stopping point, YOFY began to laugh.
ねえ、いつまで経っても勉強の話が全く出てこないんだけど。
You know, you've been going on about school, but haven't once mentioned studying. Actually, I did. Commented really hit me. I was surprised at myself. I asked him if he wanted to hear about that, and he shook his head.
いや、別に勉強の話が聞きたかったわけじゃないけどさ。
No, I'm not saying that I want to hear about your old study habits.
でも学生の本分は勉強でしょ？
But a student's job is to study, right? Elgato? Don't mess with me.
なのに、全くかすりもしなかったのが、なんとなく面白かっただけ。
I just thought it was funny you didn't bring it up once.
本当に素で思いつかなかったんだ。勉強嫌いだったの？
Yes, actually, I have dyslexia. It doesn't go away. I have dyslexia. And then another thing, I can't remember the name of it. So for the longest time, they didn't understand why I was having issues in school comprehending stuff. And it turned out, one, I needed glasses, and two, I had dyslexia. And so once they gave me glasses and I could see, it was magical and it was better, but I still had dyslexia. So for a long, long time, I used to have a piece of paper. It was like a film. I had to put it over books because it made it easier to read the words for me. And my color was purple. And then I got glasses that were made in that style. I didn't like wearing the glasses because I thought that felt weird wearing the glasses, but I did have glasses as well. And then I was always kind of in a special reading program the entire time, which also made me feel uncomfortable and weird getting called out of school to go, sorry, not school, class, to go to a special class. But say what you say, I guess. Sincerely didn't think to mention it. What did you hate studying? Yes. I didn't particularly like or dislike studying, and frankly, I suspected most people felt the same.
それもそうか。じゃあ、文系と理系どっちが得意だった？
I guess you're right. So do you prefer math or science? Math? Or literature or social studies? Math. I liked math a lot, and then they got really complicated. I did like science too, especially when there was like experiments and stuff like that. Literature is probably my best. Social studies, actually this class where I could do whatever I want in, and not get in trouble, that was actually social studies. And oddly enough, I don't remember anything I learned in social studies. Really. I mean, I remember some of it. Not one.
君の性格からしてなんか文系っぽいけど
Seem more like a liberal arts person. I don't know what that means, Yofi. After being told that. Shook my head to say he was wrong.
意外
For real, I didn't expect
理系
that.
教科が得意な人って君とは正反対の理屈っぽくてめんどくさいやつしかいないイメージ
I feel like science people are so tense and logical all the time, real pains in the ass is the total opposite of you. Yofi said I'm not a pain in the ass. Oh my god. Regardless of his image, I liked science. The parameters were well defined and there were always clear right and wrong answers.
ああ確かに明確な答えがあるのってなんか安心するよね
That's true. Having a clear answer is such a relief, huh? Yeah, I also really like drawing tables and stuff. Those are fun. After we exhausted the topic of studies, Yofi picked up his controller and resumed the game he was playing.
僕はもう少しゲームやるけど君はどうするそろそろ寝る
I'm gonna play a little longer. What about you? You going to bed?
まだ見てるじゃあ
You want to keep watching? Here. Yofi pulled out another controller and handed it
いい
to
加
me.
減見てるだけじゃつまんないでしょ君もやってみたら
It's boring to just watch, right? So why don't you give it a shot? But then we have to split screen, or it has to be one of those things where it's tandem, where I can't go too far, otherwise I get too far off your screen. Plus, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die so hard. As I gripped the controller with a sense of foreboding, Yofi booted up the game. I tried shooting the zombie as quickly as I could, but I couldn't kill a single one.
ちょっとあんまバカすか撃たないで
Hey, don't just go around blasting everything in sight.
そんなんじゃすぐ弾がなくなっちゃうよ
You'll run out of ammo. With his criticism, I stopped shooting so rapidly. But as soon as I stopped, the zombie overran me and the screen flashed game over.
はあいいあいつらにも弱点があるんだから
Still don't get it? Those guys have weaknesses.
額に明らかに怪しい印あるでしょ
You see that
そこを撃ったら死ぬからち
obvious
ゃんと狙
mark
って
on his forehead? Shoot him there and he'll die. You have to aim. I tried my best to aim, but the zombie's head kept moving around and I couldn't hit them. They're like, oh, like that. In the end, there was nothing I could do but spray the zombies randomly with bullets.
もうまたそれ数撃ち当たるって
Oh no, this again? You really think you'll hit it like that?
あ弾切れ
There you go. No ammo. In no time at all, I was all out of all my bullets were gone. I frantically ran around the map. Just then, the word rescue stage appeared on the top of the screen.
お救済初めて見た
Seen that before.
君が雑魚すぎるからチャンスをくれるってさ
Guess you're so terrible at this, the game gave you an extra chance. I had no idea how to play this game. Two options popped up on the
抜け
screen.
道を解放するためにはゾンビのカウンセリングか謎解きが必要だって
Looks like you either need to do zombie counseling or solve a riddle to unlock the next area. I asked them to explain what would happen within each of the options, but
知らないよ言ったでしょ初めて見たって
I don't know. I told you I've never seen this stage before.
下手くそにしか必要のないシステムだからね
It's something for new.
ほら早くどっちか選んで
Anyway, hurry up and pick one. When I indicated I wanted to solve a riddle, a puzzle took over the
う
screen.
わなんか割とちゃんとした数学の問題とかもあるじゃん
There's some
めんどくさそう
serious math problems. What a pain. Yofi was oh god. Yofi was exaggerating a bit. The puzzle turned out to be some multi-part equation like what you learn in junior
そ
high.
れぞれの小問の答えを出して最後に答えを当てはめて言葉を作る感じだね
You answer each of the smaller problems and come up with a word that answers the larger question. Cool, show me it.
ま適当に頑張って
Good luck with that. With Yofi looking Looking on impatiently, I began solving the equations one by one.
へえ、このぐらいの問題は解ける頭はあるんだね。さすが理系。
Big brain thinking to solve that so fast. Nerd. Although I had cleared the rescue stage, I still lacked a weapon with ammo. So as soon as I was returned to the main level, I got bowled over by zombies.
お疲れ。まあ、初めてならこんなもんか。
There you go. Still not bad for the first time.
どうする？まだやる？
What do you think? Want to give it another go? I told him that even if I gave it another shot, I knew I would do much better. I went back to just watching him play and eventually found my eyelids getting heavy, drowsiness drifting over me until I didn't fight it and fell asleep. I grunted, feeling a heavy weight fall over my shoulder. Hello. Hi, Jay. Hello, hello. How was work today? I know you said you were going to hop on after work. I grunted, feeling the heavy weight on my shoulder. There's the CG. My head shuddered as I shifted my gaze and saw Amasawa asleep on
普
me.
通この状態で寝る？危機感なさすぎ。
She seriously fell asleep like this? Seems pretty careless to me. Honestly, take your earrings out when you get home.
ねえ、起きて。寝るならベッド使っていいから。
Hey, wake up. You want to sleep? Go to my bed. Oh no. Work was super busy today. We got people waiting 3 to 4 hours a day in office just to get help. Oh my stars. That is a nightmare. Oof. I'm trying to process that. I'm so sorry, Jay. That sounds like a very long, stressful day. Unless it was like the excitement.
おーい、起きてってば。
Hey, I said get up. My voice didn't wake her up, so I poked her full cheeks with my finger. But Amasawa merely let out a small whimper and showed no sign of waking. Punch her. No.
どうしたらいいの？これ。
Not excitement. Tired, long day. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like, oof. This is the route Asia wanted to avoid. So far, it's been very pleasant. He's a bit annoying, but like nothing wrong has happened so far. I'm waiting for it. We'll see. I'm convinced he is, I don't know if you already know this. I don't know. So I'm convinced that he is Rokuro's brother. That's what I think. I think that's what it is. Because when Rokuro was well, yeah, he was being kidnapped by his parents or under house arrest. He's the one that helped him broke out. And he recently said he felt like he only had family's phone numbers on his phone until he added Amasawa's. So I'm like, ooh, what the heck am I supposed to do now? If worse came to worse, I'd figure I could slap her awake, but I couldn't bring myself to do that. You could just do it.
甘い匂い。
Oh, she smells so sweet. What does she smell like? Funnily enough, my friend of mine just played this route last night and also tried to get to Rokuro's route and actually landed on the secret. It's not hard when you think about it, because I'm like trying to be a responsible work person, so I figured that an email from a colleague is important. It seemed like an obvious choice, and then it got us on a secret route. As I stared down at her, I saw her exposed neck. Is he a vampire? Her shoulders rising and falling gently with each breath she took. I was multitasking while she streamed to our Tomi server. It may be a sign I need to read it myself since everyone is reading it too. I mean out loud. I've been reading it out loud because honestly I wanted to read books originally, and this is the closest thing I can get to reading books. But I like it. Also, one of the people in my on my YouTube had commented before that she watches it on YouTube, because YouTube can do translated subtitles, like not great, obviously, just so she can understand what the story is for some of them when I read them out loud. So I thought that was really cool. I posted a picture of the merch I got on my Discord. Wait. Was that your necklace? Or was that something else? Oh! Oh my god. What the heck? It's so cute. Alan looks adorable. Oh my god. Mathis is just her crybaby. It's precious. Oh my god. Honestly, it looked like a little doll to me, but I was like, it's so cute though. Like, oh my gosh. Is that for the new game? Is that why he's wearing the white tux? The little crying Mathis. He gets a pass, but he's still a murderer. I don't know, I bought off Mercari. Oh, speaking of Mercari, I'm hurt right now. Someone had, and this is my fault. Someone had listed Collar X Malice Unlimited on Mercari for like 25 bucks. And I am a little frugal bean and I tried to haggle and it sold. And so I didn't get it. So I'm so mad. I can buy it right now on Amazon though for 30. I found that out because of that, because I was like, well, how much is it? So I guess I could just buy it for $30 and then I could play Collar X Malice Unlimited and be a police officer again. Her sleeping face was so innocent.
かわいいかもしれない。
He called me cute. Even if it's in my sleep, it counts. She's cute.
で、変なこと考えるな自分。
What am I doing thinking that kind of stuff? I shook my head to rid myself of these stupid thoughts.
全部この人のせいだ。まあ、連れてきたのは僕だけど。
This is all her fault. Well, I guess I was the one to invite her here. Also, speaking of Atomi merch, sometimes Atomi Kitten post merch too. Oh yeah, did you get your package? Did you already tell us? Sorry. Oh no, I didn't get it yet. I asked my sister because I don't know the Amazon password. Like it's her Amazon account. She'll buy stuff for us. I was like, can you check the tracking on that? It's supposed to arrive like by the end of this month. Like, it's not even soon. I'm not sure why it's so late for mine, but I'm sad. It's okay. I'll have it at some point, but just not now. I think so, because it sounds like it was like it's not in stock to ship, which makes sense if a lot of people ran over there just to buy it, but that does probably mean I won't get the ones with cards in it now for sure, because if they're waiting for more to arrive. It's like you pre-ordered it. Yeah. It's okay. I wasn't going to play it in April anyways, because I got to play Tengoku Struggle in April. But I could play it in May, or I could play Code Realize, or I could play... There was another one. What was the third one? Shoot, there was a third one I was saying I'd play. Also, I think Cupid Parasite is out at the end of June, which means I can play Cupid Parasite in July. For the part 2. I'm excited. This is all her fault. I guess I'm the one who invited her here. Yeah, you gotta calm down. You also got mad at her for having your phone number. You gave it to her.
そういえば、この家に人を入れるのって、ロク君以外だと初めてだな。
Roku-kun, is that your brother? Is that why you let Roku in? Huh? Come to think of it, she's the only person I've let inside my house apart from Roku. We ran into each other accidentally, had lunch together, talked on the phone, and now she was staying at my place. She was gonna stay at a hotel, but you told her not to. I've never been this close to a girl before.
普段の僕だったら、
This
絶
seems
対に考えられない。
so unlike me. From my experience, people only were kind to me as long as I never showed them my face. If they saw me, saw how young I was, how I dressed and looked, they'd just treat me like a kid and not a coworker. If that bothers you, change how you dress at work. What do you mean? Like, if that is something that gives you anxiety, then you can do something about that. They talk down to me or try to get a lower price on the next contract.
でも君は対応を変えることもなく、僕の意
You
見
also
を
told her
真
you
摯
were
に受け止めて
28
くれて。
because you're a liar. Not her. She didn't treat me differently. She even listened to me.
今日だって遅くまで残業して、僕が指摘した箇所の修正対応をしてた。
I'm also restarting after questions a lot more in this route because I'm trying to figure out work-love balance better. Right now it's tied. Right now we're good. Can we keep it good? Today she was working late all because of the suggestion I made.
君はいい子だね。
You're a good person. I knew someone like her would never manipulate me. I could try.
さっきの学生時代の話も、勉強のことなんて話す暇がないくらい、楽しい時間がたくさんあって。
You had so many good times during your school days, you didn't even think to talk about your studies.
それは、君の人柄のおかげなんだよね。
That's all thanks to your personality. I still didn't really know Amasawa all that well, but I could tell that she was nice and that she wouldn't lie to me.
君みたいな人が、僕のそばにもいたらよかったのに。
I wish I had someone like you by my side. Technically, you do. I'm literally leaning on your shoulder right now, unconscious and possibly drooling. I closed my eyes slowly, listening to the sound of her breathing beside me. Soon, the weight of her body on my shoulder began to feel very uncomfortable. I heard the sound of running water in the distance and woke up in a daze. As my eyes focused on the unfamiliar environment, I jumped up instinctively. So far, how do you like Yofi? I mean, he's like a little brat teenager, which is all par for the course. He hasn't done anything inappropriate yet. So far, I think he's swell. He's cute. He gets shy very easily. He covered my mouth at one point, but that's just so that the people around us didn't know we were talking. I was looking around when I heard a door open. Is Yofi dressed? Yet another CG 5 seconds later. Whoa. I turned to see Yofi walking in half naked. Ah. I assumed he thought you would stay asleep.
あ、やっと起きた？おはよう。
Oh, you're awake. Morning.
はあ？昨日はうちに泊まったでしょ？まだ寝ぼけてるの？
Huh? You stayed at my place, remember? Are you still asleep? After hearing him say that, the situation started coming back to me. Yesterday, I came to Yofi's apartment. I had fallen asleep while watching him play the video game. The sound I heard when I woke up must have been him taking a shower. When I remembered that bit, my eyes wandered back to Yofi. For someone who said he didn't leave the house much, his pale, slender body had a fair amount of muscles. See, that's why I love this nameless, faceless girl. She knows what matters. She might not say her thoughts out loud.
スケベ。
Perv.
あんまジロジロ見てたら、鑑賞料取るよ。
You stare too long and I'm gonna have to charge you. I jolted my body around, averting my eyes.
ただの冗談じゃん。そんな動揺しないでよ。
I was kidding. Don't get all pouty.
まあいいや。今着替えるから、ちょっと待ってて。
Anyway, I'm gonna change, so don't look over here for a bit. Is it an actual costume change? Or are you just gonna lie and say it's a costume change? He's still wearing the same jacket.
で、これからどうするの？
He actually gives Mathis vibes, because look at his sleeves. Speaking of Mathis, like look at those little sleeveys. And the way he stands. And his pale hair with his bright eyes. What's your plan
今日は
now?
土曜だけど、会社には入れるわけ？
It's Saturday. Will you be able to get into your office? I checked the clock on my phone. Already it was 11 a.m. Despite it being Saturday, I figured someone would be in the office at this hour. I told them I planned to head back to try and get in and started gathering my things. And then ran out of his house.
一人で大丈夫？
You sure you can find your way back alone? I got Google Chan on my side. Okay. And she tells me what to do. Honestly, I didn't super remember the way we came, but my phone was charged and I could use the map app on my phone.
まあ、それもあるけどさ。
Yeah, but
君、この近くで不審者が出たってこと、
you remember what I
もう
said
忘れた
about
の？
the attacker, right? Most crime happens at night. It's okay, Yofi.
でもまあ、今は真っ昼まで人通りもあるし、さすがに大丈夫か。
It's broad daylight. There'll be people on the street too, so I guess it's okay. Thanks, Yofi. Yofi's concern about the attack had slipped my mind, but as he'd worked out, I would be fine alone at this hour. I thanked him again and said goodbye. Though, just as I was about to step out of reach, Yofi grabbed me by the sleeve.
ね
Hey. When I turned back to face him, Yofi quickly looked away from
え、
me.
ちょっと思ったんだけどさ。
Listen, I was thinking, as a note in case you weren't here earlier when this first happened, he was actively talking about how, like, this is no big deal. She's just a girl. She means nothing to me. So if he says something, remember he said that previously. I was thinking,
君の方が年上だし、そんなかしこまった喋り方じゃなくていいよ。
you're older than me and everything, so you don't have to be so formal with me.
そもそも僕、ずっと君にタメ口だしね。
Maybe you could talk to me, you know, like we were friends or something. I felt like we had gotten to know each other pretty well recently. Maybe I could be less formal outside of work. He actually smiled. I nodded and I thought Yofi smiled back at me beneath his mask.
じゃあね、気をつけて。
Later. Take care. I gave Yofi a little wave and he headed back to my office. Wow. That's your house. Oh, that means she got her key. I was able to retrieve my belongings from my desk and went straight home. Feeling refreshed after a shower and a nap, I set up my laptop on the table and began working on my revisions again. I needed to retrain the feature Asaka outlined while also incorporating Yofi's suggestions. That meant the UI would need to be adjusted to accommodate the new feature. With renewed vigor, I set to work. After a few hours, I finally was able to come up with a revised proposal that I was happy with. All that was left was a rough design concept. I was feeling pretty proud of it overall and opened Ring to report my progress to Yofi. Glance. Also, look at this tulip bunny. I got my nails done too soon. I could have got a tulip bunny instead of a beer dog, which is still adorable and I love him, but... They mean the same thing. I got a new draft done. I finalized a new draft. Oh, one has an exclamation point at the end. I sent the message and Yofi replied immediately. Well done. Cheers! There he is. There's the little beer dog. I couldn't help but smile at the cute sticker he sent me. I was looking forward to showing him the revision I'd made. I also don't know how much the things that don't affect the status affect the actual story. Then came Monday. When I showed Director Kobas and Asake the revised specs, they both were very happy with the results. To make the search article easier to find, rather than display other relevant articles, relevant words would pop up. If the user tapped the floating words, they would be redirected to the relevant article.
いいんじゃないか。 うまいこと元の仕様を残しつつ問題点を改善できてる。
I think it's pretty good. Also, we can't date this guy, and that's still a crime. Because look at him. He looks like a little elf. But in the real world. I think it's pretty good. You've improved the visual design while keeping the spirit of the function.
ごめんね。俺のせいで仕事増やしちゃって。本当に助かったよ。
Sorry for making you do all the extra work here. I really appreciate your help.
じゃあこの仕様書再度ヨフィーさんに送っといてくれ。
Please forward these revised specs to YOFY. She's excited about that. Right after sending the news speculations to YOFY, my phone started buzzing. Curious, I unlocked the screen to see that the call was coming from YOFY himself.
お疲れ。もらった修正悪くないと思
Good work. These revisions don't look half bad. I did half good.
う。関連記事がすぐ見れるっていう利点を残したまま、格段に見やすくなってるよ。
You kept the ability to get to related articles while making it all easier to read. I was thankful he couldn't see my ears turn red at his earnest praise. I told him that moving forward, I would think more critically about the new design requests I received.
頑張って。
Yes, please do. Perhaps it was just me, but Yofi's voice sounded gentle, almost kind. Oh my god, he likes me.
お疲れ。
Good work, Satomi. Thank you. As my lunch break approached, Satomi came over to my
コバさん
desk.
から聞いたけど、あんた、江坂先輩が作った仕様を修正したんだって？
Koba told me you modded Asaka's design proposal, yeah?
仕様のビフォーアフター見せてもらったけど、なかなかいい感じだったじゃん。
I took a look at the before and after. Gotta say, pretty
あ
good.
と、コバさんあんたのこと褒めてた。ずいぶん頼もしくなったって。
Afterwards, I heard Koba talking you up, said you've become a lot more reliable. Thank you. Nothing made me happier than being praised for a job well done. I could think of a few things, like a vacation, bonuses, just getting paid more makes me pretty happy. Praise makes me nervous. Because then, what if it's not praised the next time?
よし、じゃあご褒美に今日は俺が昼飯をおごってやろう。
Alright, how about I buy you lunch as a reward?
ほら、店が混む前にさっさと行くぞ。
Come on, let's go before it gets too crowded. Absolutely, let's go. Satomi walked out the door without waiting for my reply. I giggled at his characteristically forcefulness, but appreciated his gesture. Let's go. Clap, clap, clap. As I headed to the restaurant, Satomi recommended the crosswalk signal began to flash.
あ、これ渡るぞ。
Come on, we can make it. He's gonna grab me by the hand, and then guess who's gonna see us? YOFY. And then Yofi's gonna be like, oh, she's got a boyfriend. I'm jealous. Satomi grabbed my hand and started running across the street.
いけるいける。この辺の信号はチカチカし始めてからが結構長いだろ。
We can make it. We can make it. Don't worry. The light on this one flashes forever. We managed to get across just before the light turned red and stopped to catch up my breath. Suddenly, I felt someone's eyes on me. I turned around to look. But there was no one there.
おーい、どうした？
What's up? Satomi who had walked on ahead, turned to see why I stopped. Nothing, I just felt like I had a stalker. I shook off the feeling of being watched and jogged to catch up to him.
何あいつ。
What the hell? Is this what she doesn't like? I don't know. I'm still not sure what Asia doesn't like. Asia's not going to watch this. We'll never know.
嬉しそうだった。
She sounded so happy. I mumbled to myself as I hung up the call with Amasawa. I wasn't flattering her. The revision she came up with was impressive. She clearly worked very hard. I replayed her cute reaction to being praised in my mind and bit back a smile.
散歩でも行こうかな。
I think I'll go for a walk. It was rare of me to venture out in the middle of the day without a reason, but I was in a pleasant mood. I looked down at my watch and saw that it was just
あの
afternoon.
子はちょうど昼休みの時間かな。
I bet Amasawa was about to take her lunch break.
何考えてんだろう。そんなのどうだっていいはずなの
What
に。
am I thinking? Who cares about that? I tried to think of some other excuse to go outside and noticed I was out of cola. That's a good reason as any for a walk. He buys it by the case. I feel like I don't run out of soda. I buy it by the 12 pack and I usually buy like 10 at a time. At the convenience store, I found a bunch of newly released snacks at the cash
わ
register.
たあめグミ。ふわふわのグミってこと？
Hot candy gummies, like fluffy gummies. The new product had a cute pastel-colored package.
こういうの、あの子は好きかな。
I wonder if Amasawa likes this kind of thing. I picked it up and brought it to the cash register along with my cola.
別に、珍しくグミが食べたくなっただけで、体はないし。
So what? I have some craving for some gummy bears. There's nothing weird about that. After leaving the convenience store, I wandered around. My feet led me further and further away from home and closer to Astario.
これはただの散歩だから、買い物ついでに運動してるだけ。
It's just a walk. I'm just getting some exercise. I keep telling myself that as I walked, and then I spotted Amasawa crossing an intersection. Not just as I was about to call out to her, I noticed a man I didn't recognize standing next to
Huh?
her. Huh? As I stood there, I saw the man take her hand and run across the crosswalk with her.
何？あいつ。
What the hell? I glared at their backs and they got smaller in the distance. Suddenly, that bag of gummies I had in my bag seemed like a stupid, worthless purchase. Oh no, he's sad now. I don't know if I had a choice in that one that affected my love dar at all.
珍しい組み合わせですね。
That's a pretty rare combination. Satomi and I ran into Minato on our way back from lunch.
え？そう？
It is.
先輩が大江さん以外と二人きりってあんま見ない気がします。
Amasawa really rarely goes out alone with someone other than Oi.
ああ、まあ確かにこいつと二人きりで飯行ったのって初めてかもな。
I guess you're right. This is the first time the two of us have gone on lunch together.
え？なに？こうちゃんもしかして焼いてる？
Are you jealous, Ko?
どんな思考回路してるんですか？そんなわけないでしょ。
Just how did your mind get there? No, I'm not jealous.
安心しろって。今日のはただこいつが仕事で頑張ったご褒美だから。
You don't have to worry. This is just a reward for Amasawa's hard work.
記事の検索機能に調整入れるって話してただろ。そこの仕様調整担当したんだよ。
You heard about the revision for the article search feature, right? Here's the genius who thought that up.
あれやったの先輩だったんですか？
That was you, Amasawa.
江坂先輩も助かったって喜んでたしな。ほんとお手柄だよ。
Did Asaka a real solid too. This girl's killing it. Thank you so much. Oh my god, Mitsuki.
他の業務もある中でよく対応できましたね。
Pretty impressive. You handled it with all the other work you have to do.
俺も使用書見ましたけど、いい感じだと思いました。
I took a look at the revision specs too. It's good stuff.
あ、昨日実装の告知打つんで、もし進行に問題発生したら言ってください。
I was gonna send out a feature announcement pretty soon, so if any problems come up, let me know. Alright, with that, the two of them left. I was ecstatic that my work was praised, but I limited myself to a small professional grin. When I returned to my desk, I opened up Ring. I thanked YOFY again for his advice and told him how well received the changes were internally. Normally I get a response from YOFY right away, but as the sun began to set, I checked my phone yet again and no reply. It was a little strange. I was worried that perhaps I'd been too friendly with him on Ring lately. Or maybe there was another reason why he hadn't checked his phone. Like maybe he's jelly bears. And he bought jelly bears. I tried not to dwell on it and focused on my work. Oh my god. I had gotten off the train and was making my way back to my apartment. I walked down the street alone, but I was sure I heard another set of footsteps. I snapped my head around to check, but there was no one behind me. With a single deep breath, I convinced myself it was all in my head and hurried home. The tension evaporated once I locked my door behind me. Whew, I threw my bag onto the sofa and turned on my TV to watch the news.
先日、エスクで女性にわいせつ行為を働いた容疑者は現在も逃亡しており、
The suspect from the indecent conduct case in the S district is still on the run. It seemed that there was a public update. The news about the attacker YOFY mentioned. A chill ran down my spine just thinking about it. I quickly closed the curtains to my room. That's right, soft fabric. That'll protect me. Over the course of the next week, the weather continued to warm. Ever since that day, I had a sneaking suspicion that I was being followed home each night.
どうかしたの？いつもより元気なくない？
What's up? You don't sound like your usual self. Perhaps because of my growing anxiety, Yofi was able to tell there was something wrong with the tone of my voice. I didn't want him to worry about me, so I said it was nothing and changed the
そう
topic.
いうのやめて。僕、嘘つかれるの嫌いなんだよね。
Don't do that. I don't like being lied to. Easily seeing through my lie, he retorted
こ
angrily.
のところメールに誤字は多いし、声はジメジメしてるし、何もないわけないでしょ。
There's been a lot of typos in your emails recently, and you sounded down in all of the calls. Whatever this is, it's not nothing.
え、一体どうしたの？
So, what is it? Yofi was genuinely caring. It made me want to confide in him about what was going on. But I was in the office surrounded by my coworkers, and I still had so much work to do.
わかった。じゃあ後でね。
I'm at work, my guy. And he's like, all right, I got it. We'll talk later. With a promise to call later, we hung up. Remember how you said that there was a stalker in the area? Well, now I'm scared I'm being stalked. During my lunch break, I decided to message him about everything on Ring. I wrote that lately I felt like someone had been following me home. I told him that I knew it was probably my imagination, but the news about the recent attacks really scared me. I saw he read my message as soon as they'd sent. He replied instantly. What the hell? Seriously? Sounds scary. I'm worried about you. I should walk you home today. I'll meet you on the first floor. I blinked down at my phone, wondering if I read his message correctly. I locked my phone for a moment to think. I knew Yofi didn't like leaving his apartment. Not to mention how busy he was with his own work. I hated to burden him with something that could have been my imagination. I sent a brief thanks and said I don't want to be a bother, and he replied within a second. Says the person who called me in the middle of the night for a place to stay. Oh my god, that's a new sticker. Sorry. It's no big deal. You don't have to worry. There's no reason to be shy. Just let me walk you home. I couldn't help but laugh at his directness. After that, I graciously accepted Yofi's generous offer to walk me home. See, what a gentleman. He's walking me home. Like, oh my god. At last, the workday ended. As I was leaving, I ran into Minato near the elevator. I
お
thought I
疲
said,
れ様です。
good work today. Thank you, beautiful man and voice. After his bland greeting, he fell silent and his face became expressionless. I played with my hands nervously. The two of us were rarely alone together. But he's cute. The elevator arrived. We both stepped inside and awkwardness followed. When I could no longer bear the silence, I tried making small talk. There's the question. Which Atomi character would you like to be stuck in an elevator with? Oh gosh, definitely not the guy from Amnesia. When I could no longer bear the silence, I tried making small talk.
は？天気？
How's, like, weather? The weather? What about it?
あ ど、確かに今日は少し暑かったですね。
Yeah, I guess it was a little hot today. We continued some forced small talk until the elevator reached the first floor. I don't think you have to make him seem so whatever. He's just not chatty. There's okay with not being chatty. I'm not chatty. I seem it, not in social gatherings. Ah! Like right here, this is so Mathis. Like, wait, can I even? Oh, God, no. Hang on. I have an idea. I have an idea. I was like, ooh, I'll look at one of my screenshots, but it's been a hot minute since I played that. And without holding the controller in my hands, that'd be really hard. All right, all right, all right. We got this. We got this. We're gonna be fine. That's just how the screen looks when it first loads, even though I have my computer set to night mode. Let's find a picture to see this boy. There's been a lot of dog sounds today. Because I was working on the bathroom, I'm doing paint stripper on the outlets and stuff in my bathroom because they painted them a billion times, and so they're really gross. And I wanted to spray paint them gold because gold and black are kind of like my two colors when it comes to decorations. Mathis, come here, Mathis. I just need a picture of you standing awkwardly, please. It's thinking so hard. Uh, these are mostly the CGs. Oh, you better not show me new CGs. I will cry. You better cry so hard. Mathis twin. Yeah, like it's the pose though right here. Like when he's awkward and just standing, it's giving such Mathis vibes. I was trying to see because like I know like when he's just standing still, that's like the pose he has. Let's try that. This is a Reddit. Oh, the beautiful feminine men of Otome games. Huh. They both look quite femme. Yeah, that's probably it too. But like that pose specifically that he's got right now, like it's so Mathis. Because when Mathis being shy, like and he's hiding in himself, like that's like the pose he makes. I'm not seeing a CG. I'm only seeing CGs is what I meant to say. I'm not seeing like a screenshot from like just him standing. I can't match it up right now. Oh wait, no, I could. I can do this. This picture is that pose. All right, all right, all right, all right. And then we go here, and then I go screen. Maybe? There, like that. Like that's the pose. There, you have both of them on the same screen right now. Like, see? It's like the hands in front of your body, looking uncomfortable. That's the vibe he's given. And then he cries, and I full screen that by accident. All right. Anyways, back to the actual game. This is Mathis now. We stepped out the elevator just into the reception area where I saw YOFY fiddling with his phone. Have you heard of Hana Awase? The game is unhinged. I'm sorry, what? Do I need to Google this now? Hana, I feel like it sounds familiar. How to playing cards? Wait a second. Oh, this is a plot summary. I don't want a plot summary. I want pictures. Show me pictures. Show me boys. It's kind of like a card battle game with a bunch of horny boys. I don't know what the HS stands for. I'm so sorry. I don't know if I've seen that. Wait, that says it came out this year. Wait. High school. Oh, is this right? Is this the right game? This is high school? Like, look at these delicate fingers. Oh my stars. Interesting. No, I hadn't heard about this one. It looks lovely. Is there more than one girl? Because that looks like two different girls. Well, I guess her hair's curled up in that one, and her eyes are closed. Interesting. All right, how unhinged is it? Go on. Tell me. I'm curious. I should minimize the screen. We stepped out to the elevator, saw him on his phone. I was about to call out to him when he suddenly looked up. For some reason, his eyes widened in total shock and surprise. Then he scowled, fury practically radiating off of him in waves, and he stormed forward. He grabbed my arm roughly.
帰るよ。
We're leaving? Without acknowledging Minato, Yofi dragged me out of the door. Oh my god, full of yanderes? I don't mind yanderes. Oh gosh, that's hilarious. Wait, how many of them kill me though? There's two kind of yanderes, right? Like how many of them actually commit murder? All of them? I couldn't even properly say goodbye to Minato. All I could do was turn around and shrug half-heartedly, like, oh.
誰?
Who? Still gripping my arm with force, Yofi stomped silently ahead. I didn't know what had made him so irate. When I asked him what was wrong, Yofi stopped dead in his tracks.
敬語。
Cut it out.
君の方が年上だし、そもそも僕。
I'm being formal. I was like, please, tell me what is the matter, small child. And he was all like, bro. I realized that I had spoken to him formally again after he asked me to stop. Maybe it has poetic language, which makes it romantic in-game. There's 4 volumes, and they link together. When you say 4 volumes, are you telling me that it would be like a 240 hours of my life to play all of them? Oh my gosh. I'm quite curious. My list is already so long, and I just got a few Otome games. I've bought quite a few this year already, and I just paid off Tengoku Struggle because I didn't want to struggle to buy that game later. I realized that I'd spoken to him formally. I cleared my throat and asked him again, this time more casually. Yo, what's up?
危機感なさすぎ。あいつがストーカーの可能性だってあるんだよ。
But yeah, and then I'm trying to buy Collar X Malice Unlimited after talking about how I've already bought too many games. I was like, look, it was $25. What a good deal. And then I didn't get it. You have no sense of danger. That guy could have been a stalker. Yofi raised his voice and leaned over me. His grip on my arm tightened and Ooh, I can share more about it. It's digital only. I'm waiting for them to be on sale. Are they in English though? Like I can play them? There is a game that was on my list. Actually, let me go see if I have it on my phone. It's not a US release, but it has English on it. And there's like, I don't know if it's European or not. It's in English. No, there it is. Basically, it's a very short story. I had a coupon, and so I was trying to buy something on the computer. That's not the game. No, that's not it. Hang on. Here it is. Here it is. Nightshade. So I know there's like a digital version, but there's a physical version too that has the English on it. And I'm like, I could own that. It could be mine. It just costs a lot of money. It's in English. I'm gonna have to add that to my likes. I can check my Throne. Who knows? Maybe I already have it on Throne. I have to always update my Throne wish list of things I finally bought. Sure. Is it on here? Tempest. Something poison. Nightshade is on here. Neil Admiral Balancing Colors. 9 Rip Steam Prison 10 Goku. Huh. It's not on here. Weird. Well, good to know. Now I gotta write that down and add it to my Atome list. But the good news is it's already on my computer because I just searched it, so I can just save this bookmark. I'm seeing it on Play Asia though. Wait. The one I just showed was on Play Asia. Now I'm so lost. Wait, can I buy this? Alright. Unhinged meaning there are some crude language, sexist behavior, blood killing. It's definitely mature. I mean, so was Virche. I don't remember if it was sexist or not, but I was a maid in that game at one point. More than one time. And actually multiple routes. I was a maid quite frequently. YOFY raised his voice and leaned over me, his grip on my arm tightened. And I got angry at him. Was he talking about Minato? Frankly, I didn't think Minato was at all interested in me or anyone else for that matter. Oh, good for Minato.
そんなの本人に聞いたわけじゃないのに何とも思ってないとかわかるわけ
I'm like, he's not a stalker, Yofi. He's like, have you asked him? How could you possibly know if you've never asked him? There is a I will check trigger warnings if something could trigger you. Stalking is my trigger. That's like my trigger. And even when I say that, I'm like, it's like, but the bad kind of stalking. Like Gil. That's why Gil gave me so much ick. I felt like he was a stalker. He was just there. But I watch a lot of horror. I'm desensitized to most things. But there was a stalking movie once I watched, and my friend was like, I've never seen you get this upset in a video or in a movie, watching a movie before. Because like there was this one part where she came home and her front door is open, and I'm like, you leave now. You do not go in there. She had like left her abusive husband, boyfriend, and like the fact that she was just so quick to trust her new surroundings drove me crazy. Like you came home and your front door was open. Like there was something on her front door too, like from the day she had like went to a carnival or something, and like a prize she'd wanted was sitting on her front step. Leave now. She did not. She stayed. I sighed and reminded him that I wasn't even certain there was a stalker to begin with.
あっそ
Sure, whatever. Muttering his response, Yofi began walking again. Guilt sank in with the silence. I worried I offended him. He was just concerned about me. We walked the whole way home without speaking another word. How uncomfortable. In the end, it didn't seem like anyone had followed me home today. Yofi walked me to my door, looked me in the eyes, and spoke harshly.
いい。まだ油断しちゃダメだよ。
You got it? Don't let your guard down.
今日は僕がいたから引き返しただけかもしれないし、絶対気を抜かないで。
Maybe they didn't follow you today because they saw me with you, so don't let your guard down, not even once. Maybe that was why it would be best for me to stay vigilant for the time being.
ね、しばらくは一緒に帰ろ
Hey, how about I walk you home from now on? At least for a little
う。
while.
僕は仕事もずっと在宅で、時間の自由が利くし。
I work from home, so my hours are flexible. Sounds very Gil of you. I was momentarily lost as to whether or not I should accept his offer. I felt like quite an imposition, but Yofi's expression finally relaxed when I accepted his offer.
じゃあそういうことで。
Good, glad to hear it. When Yofi turned away to leave, I called out
お
to
茶
him.
別にいい。
Would you like to come in for some tea? Tea? No, I'm fine. As he spoke, a small rumble came from his stomach.
今のは何でもない。
Don't worry about me. Seeing his embarrassed face, I told him I had some snacks inside too.
食べる。
Well, just a little. Did he bring the gummy bears? Yofi looked away, gave me a small nod, and entered my apartment. He took his shoes off.
ねえ、前から思ってたんだけどさ。
Hey, I was thinking.
よくこんなヒールある靴で歩けるよね。いつもこういうの履いてるの？
You're pretty good at walking in high heels. Do you always wear them? Actually, I never wear them. Twice I have did that thing where your foot goes "Bleh" in a heel, and I've decided they're not made for me. So I don't wear heels. But I'll wear platforms. So if it's platform and it's even all the way down, got it. He must have noticed all the shoes I had at my apartment entrance. Heels never bothered me anyway. I guess I never give it much thought, but I never wore them outside of work.
あ、転ばないように気をつけて。
Well, just be careful not to fall. As he said that, he looked down at me and laughed quietly.
縮んだ。
You shrunk. For a moment, I wondered what he meant, but then I noticed our height difference now that we'd taken off our shoes. Yofi wasn't super tall, but without my high heels on, I only stood about as tall as his
う
shoulders.
ちに泊まった時はそんな気にしてなかったけど、君って身長このくらいなんだ。
Guess I didn't really notice it when you were at my house, but this is your real height, huh?
あ、もうこれ以上育っちゃダメだよ。
But don't grow anymore, okay? Why do you care?
これ以上大きくなられたら、ヒールある靴履かれた時に身長越されちゃう。
If you do, you'll be taller than me when you wear heels, and... Yofi bent down slightly so our eyes were level as he spoke, and he teasingly tapped me on the forehead. I couldn't help but chuckle at his boyish request. Yofi looked unsure of what to do, so I encouraged him to sit down on the couch.
コーヒーか紅茶？
Coffee or tea?
ああ、どっちでもいいけど、ミルクと砂糖をたくさん入れて。
Either one's fine, just bring lots of milk and sugar. I nodded and headed for the kitchen. When I returned with the tea sweetened with milk and sugar as well as cookies, I found Yofi sitting on a cushion.
ありがとう。
Thanks. As Yofi reached for the cookies, I looked down to see who was calling me. Yoji, it was Director Kobas. It was probably something about work. What the heck is that? Is that lasagna? I grimaced apologetically before walking out to the hallway to take the call. Moshi moshi. Almasawa took her phone and left the living room. I could hear her talking faintly in the hallway.
小バセって誰だっけ？
Kobas. The name sounded familiar to me. I remember hearing the title director, so it was probably her boss, which meant that it was another man in addition to that flashy redhead and that loser she was with earlier.
八方美人。
Real social
僕
butterfly.
には君しかいないのに。
But she's all I have. What? Since when? Since when?
何の電話？
What was that about? I returned to Yofi in the living room as soon as I finished the
うー
call.
ん、仕事ね。
Work. Work, huh? I tilted my head at his disinterest since he was the one who asked. He bounced back and changed the subject.
そういえばさ、この間の使用修正、他の人にも褒めてもらったんだね。
I
よかった
heard
じゃん。
you got some compliments from the people you worked with your specters design. That's great. Although he didn't reply to my text, I was glad he learned he'd read it. I wanted to share how proud I was of the work I did and tell him how grateful I was for his input.
ねえ、その早乙女さんとかって、
Hey,
どん
so
な
what's
感じの
that
人なの？
Saitomi guy like?
ん？別に興味はないけど、なんとなく気になるだけ。
Why? Huh? I don't really care much. I just was kind of curious. Happy that Yofi was interested in learning more about the team, I went through and described each member to
うー
him.
ん、
Saitomi is like annoying, but like annoying in a cute way, but sometimes really annoying, but a little bit aggressive at times. So he's got like a little bit of a dark side, so maybe he's cooler than we think. Yoji, that's my boss. He's super smooth and he's very thoughtful, but he doesn't want to seem thoughtful, so he comes across a little angry at times. There was Oe. Oe's really cool. She exists just so that I have a conscience. And then there is Minato, and Minato has the voice of an actual angel, I think. Like, yeah. Yeah, that's them.
その早乙女って人、君に気があるんじゃないの？
Does that Saotomi guy have a thing for you? I was taken aback by his question, and I wondered why he would ask me
な
that.
んか話を聞いてたらそんな感じがしただけ。
I don't know. I guess I had a feeling based on what you just said.
だって、二人っきりでご飯に行ったりしたんでしょ？
So, do you two ever just go out alone together? I shook my head and even my hands in denial. Satomi was like that with everyone. If anything, most people found him overbearing. Besides, very few people in the office were like Satomi.
そう。
I see. I told Yofi they were all very good people and encouraged him to meet them
そん
too.
な必要ないよ。
But there's no need for that. Despite it being normal suggestion, he shut me down in no time. From his response, I could tell my suggestion made him uncomfortable.
基本仕事以外で人と関わるのが嫌だから、極力誰にも会わないようにしてたのに。
I don't like people. I avoid them. I rushed to apologize, remembering what he said the first time we met.
別に、話振ったのは僕の方だし。
Don't worry, I'm the one who asked you anyways. I wondered if there was a reason Yofi disliked people. I'm sure he could be blunt, even rude at times, but in all my experiences with him, I never thought he was a bad person.
つまんない理由だよ。
It's all pretty boring, really. I know this is going to be out of the blue, but I think the things you shared on Discord might be from their office in Japan because they have gotcha machines there. I just thought about that. That was random. Yofi let out a sigh and started slowly.
前にも少し話したと思うけど、小さい頃はすごく体が弱くてね。
You know who was really frail as a kid? Yoshioka's brother. I think I told you about this before, but I was very frail as a kid.
小学校に上がるくらいまで、ずっと入退院を繰り返してたんだ。
I was in and out of the hospital until I got to elementary
その
school.
せいで、友達がいないどころか、ろくに同年代のこと話したこともなかった。
Because of that, I didn't have many friends and I wasn't good at talking to kids my own age.
そんな子供が小学校に通うようになったところで、学校という組織に簡単に馴染めるはずないよね。
When a kid like that gets to elementary school, there's almost no chance he'll turn out well for them.
人とのコミュニケーションの取り方がわからない上に、気も小さかったから、毎日おどおどしてた。
I didn't know how to talk to people, and because I was so small, I felt intimidated just going to school every day.
だいぶマシにはなってたけど、 学校を休んだり体育を見学したりすることも結構あって。
I wasn't so sick anymore, but there were times I had to miss school or couldn't go to PE with the
し
others.
かも僕の実家はそれなりに大きな会社を経営しててさ、
The thing is, my parents own a really big company. Wink, wink, wink.
いつの間にかそのことが学校に広まって、金持ちだからひいきされてるとか言われるようになっちゃったんだよね。
Rumors spread the reason I was skipping school was because I was favored by the admins for being rich.
それからはいじめまがいのことも結構されてた。
So that led to a lot of bullying.
上履きを隠されたり、通りすがりにわざとぶつかられたり、
People would hide my shoes or bump into me in the halls on
移動
purpose.
教室の場所の変更で僕だけ違うところを伝えられてたり、
When we did outdoor camps or things like that, the kids always told me not to come.
嘘をつかれる系のが特に嫌だったな。
The thing I hated most of all was when people lied to me.
しかもそれと同じくらいの時期に兄の存在も意識するようになった。
It was around that time that I started to notice that my brother and I were different.
兄はね、とにかく優秀だったよ。
My brother, he's just kind of perfect, like a prince.
体が丈夫で勉強も運動もできて、周りからの人望も厚い。
He's strong, good at sports, skilled in every subject, liked by
そ
everyone.
んな兄に素直に憧れる反面、自分がひどく惨めに思えて、
I admire
彼のこ
him,
とがすごく妬まし
of
かった。
course, but at the same time, I was always jealous of him.
両親の僕たちに対する態度も違ってたと思う。
I think our parents treated us differently
た
too.
だただ甘やかされていた僕と違って、期待されている兄はたくさん叱られて、でもたくさん褒められてた。
I just remembered he did say his brother moved out of the house, and that's when his parents asked him to move back in. My parents were strict with my brother because they had high expectations for him, not me. They just spoiled me.
ただでさえ低い自己評価はさらに下がって、つい兄に冷たく接してしまうこともあったよ。
The way I felt about myself just got worse and worse, and I began to act cold towards my
そんな
brother.
自分が嫌いで、でも自分にこんな思いをさせる周りの人たちのことも
I hated
嫌いだった。
myself, and I hated the people around me who made me feel that way.
そこからはもう、どんどん卑屈になっていったね。
So I became more and more quiet.
いじめのこともあって、友達なんて一人もできなかったし。
I never made any friends because of all the bullying. That's so fucked up. Like the idea makes me angry.
中学と高校に至っては、毎日保健室登校だったよ。
Throughout junior high and high school, I went to the nurse's office every day.
部活もやってなかったし、暇さえあればゲームばっかしてたな。
I didn't join any clubs or do anything like that. Every day after school, I would go straight home to play video games.
それがきっかけで、プログラミングの仕事に興味を持って、勉強を始めたんだ。
Video games got me interested in learning how to write code, so I started studying. Honestly, I used to write code, and I suck at it now because I haven't done it in so long, and they've changed things. It's not the same as when I was
で、
younger.
高校に通いながら、フリーのエンジニアとして仕事を始めて、今に至るって感じかな。
I started working as a freelance programmer in high school. That's how I got this job.
プログラムは人と違って嘘をつかないし、僕が思った通りに動いてくれるから好き。
I like computers. They don't lie. They just do what I tell them to do. Sometimes they lie. I was reminded of the time we played games together at his place. Please don't.
僕はと、
YOFY seemed totally ambivalent about it. I didn't detect any anger or bitterness in him. Honestly, maybe it would have been better if I had continued on this route first, because then I wouldn't have realized it was his brother, because I wouldn't have had the history of his brother talking about how his first love, yada yada, his brother was sick. That somehow made it even more painful to hear, and before I knew it, my eyes were filled with tears. I couldn't find the right words to say, so I just stared at the floor. Yofi's hand reached up to me and he touched my cheek delicately.
どうして君が泣くの？
Why are you crying? With the help of his gentle hand, I looked up and was transfixed by his troubled gaze.
悔しい。何が？
Sad? How so? I told him I wished I had been there for him when he was hurting. Instead, you were there for his brother. Perhaps it was selfish of me to cry. His story didn't involve me, but the feeling I had was overwhelming. I said this to him. He smiled.
やっぱり、君は優しいね。
You're sweet after all. Yofi leaned in closer to me, his hand still cupping my cheek. Oh! You know, I didn't picture him licking my tears. I had closed my eyes in spite of myself, and somehow something warm touched my face. You know, I said there's like 2 Taemons in this, but this also looks like Taemon. I realized he had licked my tears away. It tickled and I flinched, which only made Yofi chuckle.
くすぐったい？
Ticklish.
なら、さっさと泣き止んで。僕が泣かしたみたいでなんか嫌だ。
Imagine someone licking your tears away and saying, if you keep crying, I'll keep licking your face. In that case, stop crying. I don't like knowing that I made you cry.
ま、もう一回されたいって言うなら、話は別だけど。
Well, unless you want me to do it again. Once he said that, I quickly wiped the tears from my face. After waiting for me to compose myself, Yofi spoke again carefully and slowly.
基本的に人と関わりたくない気持ちは変わらないけど、君は別。
The point is, I don't want to get wrapped up in other people, but you're
見
different.
バレした時は面倒なことになったと思ったけど、
When you found out who I was, I thought it was going to be a real pain, but
君と一緒に過ごすのは、なんというか、
spending time with you
嫌いじゃない。
isn't bad.
多分、むしろ好き。
Maybe it's better to say, I like it. As Yofi confided in me, his downturned gaze met mine. His soft cheeks were tinted pink. It sounded like he was saying he had feelings for me, and I felt my face flush too. I wanted to reciprocate his feelings, so I told Yofi I also liked spending time with him. My heart pattered as I spoke.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Hearing my response, he gave me a big happy smile. After some time had passed, Yofi got up from the couch.
いい時間だし、そろそろ帰るよ。
It's probably time for me to head back.
何これ？
What's this? Yofi picked up a coupon for a theme park that I had left on a nearby shelf. Thinking back, it was one of those coupons I got for spending money at the mall.
ここ、もしかして誰かと行くつもり？
Do you have plans to go with someone? I had been so busy with work recently that I completely forgot about the ticket. I certainly hadn't invited anyone. The bottom of the ticket said the coupon expired this Saturday. What are you doing on Saturday?
別に何の予定もないけど。
I don't have anything planned. Yofi mumbled and seemed uninterested, but I still suggested we go together.
絶叫系乗らないなら行ってもいいよ。
As long as we don't have to ride on any of the roller coasters I'm in. I'm down with that because the last time I got on a roller coaster, I thought I might throw up. So you know what? Let's stay away from the roller coasters. I'm fine. I think you'll be surprised maybe in a good way in this game or in Hana. Yofi held out his pinky finger at me, making promises.
約束ね。
Pinky promise. I held out my own pinky and we linked our fingers
指
together.
切り玄満嘘ついたら針千本のます
This rat, I like it so far. I don't know what Asia doesn't like about it yet. It's problematic. It's like there's something dark out there and I just don't know what it is. Pinky promise, if I lie, cross my heart and hope to die. Stick 1,000 needles in my eye. Ow.
指切った
It's a promise. I was so happy to be going with him, I couldn't stop
はい
smiling.
はい楽しみなのは分かったから
I get it, you're excited to go. Oh, Yofi.
ね君ってもしかして遠足の前の日とか寝れないタイプ
I bet you're the type who can't sleep the night before a trip, huh? I'm actually the type who can't sleep on a trip because I'm uncomfortable.
あ顔赤くなった図星だ
You're blushing, you're so easy to read. I ended up keeping Yofi there a while longer even though he was trying to leave. When I finally walked him to the first floor, Yofi's voice became serious.
明日も会社に迎えに行くから一人で帰っちゃダメだよ
I'll pick you up from work tomorrow, okay? Don't go home alone, okay? When he saw me nod, Yofi smiled back at me with satisfaction.
またね
Later, Leah. Leah, well, what did I say? Later, Leah. When he used my first name, I blushed so hard I thought I might explode. Reluctant to part with him, I watched as his back got smaller and smaller, slowly fading into the darkness. This is when she gets attacked. And so, for the next few days, I continued to walk home with Yofi. Tomorrow would be our planned trip to the theme park. I was daydreaming about it, bubbling with excitement when Oe came over to me.
なににやけちゃって
What's got you so
思い出し笑い
smiley? I gave an embarrassed laugh and shook myself back to the present.
まあいいわ明日だけど13時に駅前集合で大丈夫
Alright, keep it a secret then. We'll meet tomorrow in front of the station at 1 p.m., okay? I looked at her blankly for a moment, and Oe's eyes widened in
ちょっ
response.
とまさか忘れてた明日はお世話になった佐々木さんの送別会じゃない
Don't tell me you forgot. It's Sasaki's farewell party tomorrow. I don't even know who Sasaki is. My memory rushed back at the mention of Sasaki. Tomorrow was Sasaki's farewell party. Sasaki had been a huge help to me since my days in the design department, but they don't even have a face, and I'm not even sure which gender they are, so like, they don't matter. She was moving to another firm, and we're having a big send-off party for
あなたは
her.
私と一緒にお花と記念品の受け取りもあるんだからね
Leah, you said you'd help me pick out flowers and presents.
それじゃよろしく
Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. I won't see you tomorrow because I have the flu. Oe? I had completely forgotten about the party when I made plans with Yofi. I opened Ring right away to explain the situation and apologize profusely. I simply apologized. Simple apology was too short. I decided to send him something else as well. Pick another day. That's a big jump. Like, that's like 80% now. That was like 40%. What? I don't know if that's good or not. I had been really looking forward to going to the theme park with Yofi. I even researched online about the most popular rides and attractions. I hoped I conveyed to him that I truly wanted to go with him another time. He might think I was just being polite, but it was important to me to say it. I really wanted him to understand just how much I wanted to spend that day with him. My apology was read immediately and I received a reply shortly after. Look at the little tulip bunny! Got it. No worries. No big deal. But it was a big deal. Because it hurt my feelings. I clutched my phone to my chest inside, relieved he didn't seem upset. Oh my god. I closed my phone and went back to work, determined to make up for it to him soon. He's still walking us home tonight, right? Don't let Sasaki, I remembered. Don't let her leave. Before I knew it was Saturday. Since my plans with Leah got canceled, I had nothing to do but lay around the house, which you were gonna do anyways. But now you feel sad because you had made plans.
会社勤めって大変だな。
Working for a company sure sounds tough.
送別会って別に仕事とは関係ないんだよね。仕事の時間外なわけだし、給料が出るわけじゃない。
I mean, a farewell party isn't gonna help the company's bottom line. It's outside of work hours and you don't get paid. Thus, it doesn't affect their bottom line in a negative way, actually. And it's actually good for morale because it shows that you value someone. If it had been me, I would have just said to hell with it and gone to the theme park.
でも、あの子はきっと
But Leah
純
is...
粋にお世話になった人をきちんと見送りたいっていう真摯な気持ちで出席してるんだろうな。
She's probably attending because she wants to properly send off a colleague who's done so much for her. Then something occurred to me.
酒の席にかこつけて絡んでくるやつとかいそうだな。
I bet there's gonna be some guy there who gets drunk and tries to hit on her. I shook my head in an attempt to get rid of the bad thought creeping in.
まだ明るいけど気晴らしに散歩でも行こ
It's still light out. I should go for a walk to clear my head.
う。暑い。
Hot. The sun was still out and it was still warm. I had only been out of my apartment for 5 minutes before regretting my decision.
でもせっかく出てきたし、アイスでも買って帰ろうかな。
I'm already out of the house. Might as well get ice cream or something. You know, for my troubles. Just as I was about to cross the intersection, I look up to see. Huh? From across the crosswalk, I spotted
送
Leah.
別会ってこの近くでやるのかな。
Guess that means she's going to the farewell party around here. I tried calling out to her, but she didn't notice me. Then she turned into an
な
alley.
んで路地裏？あんなところに送別会をやるような店なんて。
What's she doing going into a back alley like that? Why would you go to a farewell party there? What is my character doing? Oh, Evergreen. Led by curiosity, I followed her until she stopped in front of a bar-like restaurant. Then came
ロク君。
Roku. The two exchanged smiles, walked in side by side.
嘘つき。
That liar.
Is
he gonna come inside? Sorry, yawning, sorry. Is he gonna come inside and find out I'm not a liar? Welcome. I enter the bar. The owner greets me with a smile. I turn my attention to Yoshioka who entered after
ご
me.
一緒だったんですね。
Ah, welcome to you both.
ええ、ちょうど店の前で会ったんですよ。
Yeah, we just bumped into each other in front of the bar.
そうでしたか。外は暑かったでしょう。お二人ともお水をどうぞ。
He's such a good bartender. Is that so? It's very hot today. Here's some water for you both.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very
いただきます。
much. I could use a glass. We decided to sit at the counter to catch our breath. Just then, Oi rushed over to me.
ごめんね。一人でお花と記念品の受け取り任せちゃって。大丈夫だった？
I'm so sorry you had to get the flowers and presents yourself. Did everything go okay? Oi had arrived before me to check on the food and arrangements and had tasked me with picking up the flowers.
ならよかった。
I'm so glad it went well. When I assured Oi that everything was fine, she smiled back at me looking
吉岡さ
relieved.
んもお越しいただいてありがとうございます。
Thanks for coming, Yoshioka.
こちらこそお招きいただきありがとうございます。
No, thank you for having me.
短い間でしたが、佐々木さんには大変お世話になりましたし、ぜひご挨拶しておきたかったので。
I've only been working with you all for a short time, but Sasaki has been a very huge help to
お
me.
手伝いできることがあればと思い、少し早く来させていただきました。何でも言ってくださいね。
He's such a good guy. I came a bit early to see if there was anything I could do to help. Please do let me know if I can do anything for you. After that, Satomi, Minato, and Director Kobas entered.
お疲れ様です。
What's up, everybody?
お疲れ様です。
Evening.
準備は順調か？
How is the preparations coming along? Oi's eyes lit up as the three of them
ちょうどい
entered.
いところに。早速皆さんはテーブルのセッティングをお願いしますね。
Perfect timing. Let's start by getting the tables together, everyone. With that, we began preparing for the evening events. And he didn't peek inside. On my way home after the party, just as I entered the alleyway, I heard footsteps from behind me. Since I started walking home with YOFY, I had stopped hearing things and feeling like I was being followed. I figured either the stalker had given up, or more likely, the whole thing was just my imagination. But now I noticed that as I picked up my pace, the soft clattering of footsteps behind me did the same. What if it's an echo? I tried to stay calm and took out my phone to call YOFY.
どうかした？
What's wrong? YOFY's voice was cool and composed, but my hands shook as I told him I was being followed again.
ねえ、そんなことより、今日本当は何してたの？
Hey, what were you really up to today? I was so stunned both by his question and the lack of urgency that I stumbled a bit.
だから、本当はどこで何してたの？
I'll ask you again, what were you really doing today? I attended Sasaki's farewell party like I told him before. I desperately tried to explain this to him, but
嘘。
you're lying. YOFY's voice was cold and harsh.
君だけは僕に嘘ついたりしないって信じてたのに。
You. I thought you of all people wouldn't lie to me. Miscommunication. My heart pounded, panic rising in my throat from the words coming through the phone and the footsteps behind me. Worse, the footsteps seemed to be getting closer and closer. Terrified, I ran as fast as I could. I threw one foot in front of the other at full speed, but then I dropped my phone. I rushed back to pick it up, and just as I was about to start running again, I felt someone pull my wrist and I let out a short
捕
scream.
まえた。
Gotcha. I didn't understand. I heard the voice from behind me and my phone simultaneously. I fearfully turned around. YOFY was staring at me, a blank expression on his face.
急に走り出さないでよ。しかも思ったより早いから焦った。
Don't go running off again. You're faster than you look in those hills.
スマホ落としてくれたおかげで追いつけたけど、画面大丈夫？割れてない？
He's a little creepy. Oh, I don't know. How do I feel? Otaro, how do I feel about you? I'm glad you dropped your phone. It let me catch up to you. How's the screen? No cracks? He kept my wrist firmly in his grasp. He sounded aloof, like he was somewhere else, which only made me more nervous. My palms were sweating. Was this person who had been following me the whole time YOFY?
ああ、まあ確かに。ここ最近君の後ろをついて歩いてたのは事実だけど。
Yeah, it's been me that's been following you home.
でもそれが何？僕なら別に何の問題もないでしょ？
But who's to care, right? If it's me, there's nothing to be scared of.
僕はただ、君が変な男にたぶらかされてないか見張ってただけ。
I was just keeping an eye on you to make sure that some other guy didn't mess with you, Leah.
ストーカーなんていなかったんだよ。よかったね。
Wait. So previously, like when I thought I was being stalked, it was him? Wait, is that what he just said? Was he stalking me? It's good news. You don't have a stalker after all. YOFY smiled without the slightest hint of regret or shame of what he did. I couldn't make sense of it.
どうかしたの？いつもより。
危機感なさす。
He had known the whole time. All those moments of concern were just an act. I asked him if he enjoyed seeing me frightened.
そんなことよりさ。
That's not the point. His sharp nails dug into my wrist.
僕に嘘ついたよね。
The point is you lied to me.
今日、本当はどこで何してたの？
Where were you today? I told him again I really wasn't lying. I tried to swallow my fear and explain where we held the farewell party, but
まだ嘘つくんだ。
you're still lying. Yofi growled at me, unwilling to listen to anything I
路地
said.
裏にあるバーに、ロク君と一緒に入っていくのを見たよ。
I saw you and Roku walk into a bar in a back alley.
ね。あれは何？どういうこと？ちゃんと説明して。
So why'd you do that? What were you really doing? Explain yourself.
とぼけないで。全部知ってるくせに。
Don't play dumb with me. I know you lied. Nothing was making sense to me, and the name I didn't recognize left me utterly dumbstruck. Roku? Yofi wouldn't listen to me, still repeating the same assertion over and over.
なんで？どうして？
Why?
君
Why?
は他の奴らとは違うって信じてたのに。
I believed you, Leah. I didn't think you were like the others. There was no trace of the Yofi I knew. He mumbled to himself, now staring blankly at the ground.
ねえ、嘘つかないって
Hey, you
僕と約束したよ
promised.
ね。
You wouldn't lie to me, right? Suddenly, his gaze shot up at me, and his shoulders squared like a puppet on strings.
何？覚えてないの？指切りだってしたのに。
You don't remember? Cross your heart and all that?
指切り。
The promise was about not riding roller coasters, but regardless, I wasn't lying to him now. If only he'd believed me. No matter how many times I reiterated the truth, my words never reached him.
そんなへりくつ言うんだ。
We're way past that now. Yofi's free hand slid over to me and brushed my cheek. The touch was terribly gentle despite the painful grip he still held on my wrist. But that only made me more anxious.
昔僕が傷ついてた時に、そばにいられなくて悔しいって言ってたよね。
Hey, you remember how you said you were sorry? You couldn't be there for me when I was hurting?
僕今、君のせいですごく傷ついてるよ。
Well, I'm hurting a lot right now, and it's all your fault. Yofi locked his hands behind my head and pulled my face closer to his. Our eyes
だ
level.
から、責任取って慰めて。
So take responsibility and console me. Is this going to be a forced kiss? Because those aren't good. Without waiting for a response, he pushed his lips on top of mine. I was angry, afraid, and still the feeling of his tongue tracing my lips made my body heat, made me melt. I see. Is that what he was wearing? When I grasped for air, I came back to my senses and began hitting Yofi's back. His restraining hold never relaxed. In an attempt to resist him, I bit down hard on his lip. I ripped my face away and saw that his lips were smeared crimson red with blood. I apologized instinctively, but he moved his face close again, expressionless.
ダメ。許さない。
No, I'm not done. Is there blood now? I'm getting another CG. Ah. The taste of iron spread through my mouth. Then he bit my lip as revenge, and my cry came out a little more than a squeak.
痛い。かわいそう。
Does it hurt, poor thing? Oh my stars. Yofi giggled and licked at the blood on my lip.
ああ。どっちの血かわかんなくなっちゃったね。
I can't tell which blood is mine and which blood is yours anymore. With a nefarious smile, Yofi stuck out his blood-soaked tongue at me. The moment I saw him like that, I pushed him away with all my strength. And I ran. Confused, mortified, and terror-stricken, I sprinted home. Okay. I know why Asia doesn't like this anymore. That was a lot. The next week began. Time did not wait for me. Despite my gloomy mood, everyone at the office was in a panic.
あ、先輩。おはようございます。
Amasawa, good morning. Good morning, Minato. I asked Minato if he knew what was going on and replied with raised eyebrows.
何台かのパソコンがウイルスに感染したらしいです。
Seems like some of the computers in the department have been infected with the virus.
何度も再起動を繰り返していて、まともに操作できないみたいで。
They keep rebooting over and over. There's no way to get them to work. At the center of all the commotion, Director Kobas was discussing the situation with several employees.
面倒なことになったな。
What a pain.
複数のパソコンに影響が出ているということは、ネット経由で誤って感染した可能性は低いだろう。
The fact that it's only impacting specific computers means it probably isn't an internet or network bug.
何者かが意図的にうちのパソコンを狙ってウイルスを送り込んだのかもしれない。
Rather, it seems the virus was sent specifically to those computers.
一応社内でも調べてはいるが、正直心もとないのも確かだ。
Still looking into it internally, but to be honest, I'm not sure what to think.
おい、お前からヨフィーさんに連絡してみてくれるか。
Amasawa, could you try getting in touch with YOFY? They're like, Amasawa, are you bleeding? Like, your lip is really puffy. No? Boss called out to me and all my limbs went heavy with dread. After everything that happened that night, I didn't know if I could interact with YOFY anymore. I was at a loss for words in the moment, but I couldn't say no. I nodded.
まあ、頼んだ。彼の扱いはお前が一番心得てるだろうからな。
Oh, Yoji. You sweet, sweet thing. Great, thanks. The two of you seem to have a good relationship. I reluctantly began drafting an email to YOFY as the director's request. Dear YOFY, it appears that something is going on with our computers. At work, I was curious if you could possibly take a look at them. When she pushed me, I fell hard to the ground. I got up and looked in the direction Leah ran off, but I couldn't see her anymore.
まあいいや。
Well, whatever.
あくまで嘘を認めるつもりはないみたいだったし、押し問答を続けても無意味だ。
Why don't you call your brother and ask him what he did today? If she's not going to admit it, she lied. There's no point in pressing the issue
あ
anymore.
の子がダメなら、ロク君の方から探ればいい。
If I can't get Leah to be honest, I can always ask Roku. Roku, the thought of him filled me with bitterness. I bit my lip where she had bitten me before and blood started to gush out.
血の味。
Taste of blood. As I ran my tongue over the edge of my mouth, the taste of iron rippled through me.
キスした時のあの子、可愛かったな。
Leah looked so cute when we kissed.
大した
Oh,
力もない
Taro.
くせに、食べられる直前の小動物みたいに、必死に抵抗してて。
She's not very strong, but she fought me like a tiny animal about to be eaten.
それに、怯えて震えてた。目に
she
いっ
was
ぱい涙を
scared.
溜めて。
Trembling, her eyes full of tears.
あんな表情、初めて見た。きっと僕以外は知らない顔。
I've never seen her make that face before. I bet I'm the only one who's ever seen her make that face. It gave myself chills. I had no idea such delicious thoughts lived inside
今
me.
頃きっと、あの子の頭の中は僕のことでいっぱいだ。
I'm sure all kinds of thoughts are racing in Leah's mind about me right now. Yeah. Mostly like, can I file a restraining order? Like, imagining it brought a smile to my face.
かわいそう。僕なんかに執着されて。
Too bad. Of all the guys in the world, I'm the one obsessed with you.
でも、諦める気なんてさらさらないけど。
But I'm not giving up. He has come so far. Like, just think about this. Previously, right, he was only caring about his work. Oh dear God, I don't know how I feel about this. Uncomfortable, at the very least, I would say. I'm just like cringing the whole time, like, as long as it's in fiction, it's okay. After leaving Leah, I made my way to my parents' house. Oh, goody. Now we're gonna see Roku.
わあ、どうしたのこんな時間に。
Oh, what are you doing here at this
でも
hour?
久しぶりに帰ってきてくれて嬉しいわ。ご飯はもう食べた？まだなら。
So nice to see you after so long. Have you eaten? If not, I couldn't help but sigh, seeing how she was still so overprotective of
い
me.
らない。ねえ、ロク君はもう帰ってる。
It's fine. Hey, is Roku-kun home?
ええ、今は多分離れにいると思うけど。
I believe he's in the guest house.
わかった。
Got it.
あ、ちょっと
Wait! I pointedly turned my back to her and quickly walked away. Dang, he's so nice to his family.
驚いたな。ここに来るなんて珍しいね。
What a surprise. It's not very often we get to see you here. Roku greeted me with a smile as I entered the guest house he was staying in.
そう。たまに来てるでしょ。
I've come here once in a while. Don't
たまにっ
judge.
て、うちに顔出すのは正月くらいだろ？
Every once in a while? I think the last time I saw you was New Year's. By the way, it's November. I have no clue.
紅茶でいい？アッサムが好きだったよね。
How about some tea? You like Assam, don't you? A generic name for black tea made in the Assam region of India. Huh. Interrupting the pleasantries, I cut to the chase.
ちょっと聞きたいことがあるんだ。
I want to ask
エ
you
スタリオ
something.
の社員のこと。
It's about Amasawa. Are we also not going to mention the fact that he should have a bloody lip right now? He went straight to his parents' house. He was talking about how his lip was gushing. And her. He bit her. There was blood. It said so. She should have a puffy lip too. People should be worried. Amasawa.
エスタリオの？
Amasawa from Astaria?
そう。彼女のことどう思う？
Yeah, what's with you two?
どうって。
What's with... Roku looked a little surprised at first, but swiftly regained his composure.
ちょうど今日会ったばかりだよ。よく気の回るいい子だと思う。
I just met her today, actually. She's a pleasant girl, very
うー
attentive.
ん。そ
Is that so?
なんで突然そんなことを。
Why the sudden interest in? Before Roku could finish, his phone rang.
あ、ごめん。ちょっと待ってて。
Sorry, give me a moment. He left the room in a
う。
hurry.
やっぱり
It's
デートしてたんじゃん。
not a date, Yofi. Ask what he meant by met her today, my guy. I knew you two were together. Anger from the lies and a feverish burst of jealousy flared in the depths of my heart. If he stayed and watched her the whole time, he should have seen all the people leaving from the party. Without waiting for Roku to return, I stormed back to my apartment.
僕との約束を破って、しかも嘘までついてロク君と会ってた。
Not only did she break her promise to me, but she lied about dating Roku.
ってことはやっぱり、あの子はロク君のことが好きなんだ。
But of course, Leah loves Roku.
当然だよね。女の子はみんなロク君みたいな男を好きになっちゃうんだから。
I'm not surprised. What girl wouldn't fall in love with a guy like Roku?
ロク君の方だってまんざらでもない感じだったし。
And Roku obviously feels the same way about her.
このままじゃきっと、二人が付き合うのは時間の問題だ。
It's only a matter of time before they become an official couple.
むしろ、さっきロク君は白を切っていただけで。
Actually, the way
Well,
Roku
yeah,
acted
there.
earlier. Are they already a done deal? Me and YOFY have something in common. We spiral. We just spiral in. We're like, but what if? And then just... My head filled with dark
ず
thoughts.
るい。ロク君は何でも持ってるくせに。
It's not fair. Roku gets everything he wants in life.
僕だって、あの子が欲しいのに。
All I wanted was her. I knew somehow I had to force Leah away from him. But But even if I did that, there was still so many other guys in her life.
そっか。僕のことしか見えないようにしちゃえばいいんだ。
Is another blonde gonna put me in a cage? I see now. I have to make sure I'm the only one she sees at all. I looked up at the night sky with a new sense of clarity. I made the wrong choice. I made the wrong choice. I've had to have made the wrong choice. I sent the email to YOFY like Director Kobas asked, but he hadn't replied. I was prepared to not get a response at all. But to my surprise, a new email blinked in my inbox. First things first, disconnect all affected computers from the network. I'll head to Estario personally to deal with the issue. Because he created the issue! He's the problem! I don't want there to be a lot of people around, so if possible, please ask everyone else to go home on time today. Although the message was simple, I found myself sighing in relief. I immediately relayed the instructions from the email to Director Kobas.
ああ、わかった。応急処置についてはすぐに共有しといてくれ。
Alright, understood. Let's get those computers disconnected ASAP.
ヨフィーさんの来社対応は俺がする。カードキーがないと入れないしな。
I'll deal with YOFY when he arrives. He can't get in without a key
お
card.
前も他の奴らと同じように、今日は定時帰る。
You can go home with everyone else today. Good. Hearing those words, my anxiety washed away. Truth be told, I had no desire to see YOFY after what he did. As the end of the day approached, the sky gradually turned a brilliant vermilion.
すまん、ちょっといいか。
Sorry, do you have a moment? I looked up to see Director Kobas standing over me looking troubled.
ちょっとこの後出なきゃいけなくなってな。しばらく戻れそうにないんだ。
I've got to leave for a minute and I don't think I'll be back in time.
ヨフィーさんの対応を頼みたいんだが、大丈夫か？
Could you handle YOFY when he arrives?
彼は人嫌いだし、別のやつに頼むよりもやりとりの多いお前が対応した方がいいかと思ってな。
I've heard he doesn't really get along with people and figured you'd be the best person to ask. There was nothing I could do but nod. Clearly he needed to step out to go deal with something more important. I could do it for you, Yoji. Let me do
助かる。
this.
頼んだぞ。
Thanks so much. I'm counting on you. Oh, Yoji, come back. I was notified of Yofi's arrival and went down to the reception desk to get him. When he saw me, his eyes widened with surprise.
なんでいるの？
Why are you here? Awkward. So awkward. I explained that Director Kobas had an urgent matter to attend to, and he asked me to let you in.
あ、そう。別に何でもいいけど。
I see. Well, whatever. With that, we both fell silent and entered the elevator.
で、問題のパソコンは？
So where's this computer?
了解。終わったら声かけるから。
Fine. I got it. I'll let you know when I'm done. Yofi started typing and pulling up different screens. His focused stare very serious. Seeing it would take some time, I decided to go to the break room and get us drinks because I'm nice, even though this guy assaulted me yesterday. Want some milk tea? It was actually somewhat calm to see Yofi look and act like he used to. I even began to wonder if the whole thing the other night was some kind of dream. I prepared a coffee with plenty of milk and sugar for Yofi and headed back to the office. Yofi was still hyper-focused on the computer screen. I didn't think he had moved at all. Gently pasting the coffee next to him, I watched as he silently took a sip.
甘い。
It's sweet. His harsh expression broke slightly and his voice sounded gentler than
あり
before.
がとう。もう少しかかるから適当に待ってて。
Thanks. This is gonna take some time. Just wait a little while longer for me. Once he said that, the clacking of the keys reverberated in the silent room. He stepped out into the hallway and went to the restroom. When I returned, Yofi was still working at the computer. I stayed by his side, gingerly sipping my coffee, not snapping. There's no snapping of coffee. Oh, thank you. After a while, the typing stopped.
終わったよ。
I'm all done.
原因になったファイルも分かった。詳細は後で僕の方から小バセさんに報告しておくよ。
Found the file that caused the issue. I'll email Kabasa report later.
あとはまあ、単純だけど、社員への注意喚起も徹底して。
It's nothing too serious because I made sure it wasn't very serious, but be sure to let everyone else on the team know about it. I nodded and thanked him.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome. Yofi abruptly stood up from his chair, ready to leave. Yet I was so eager to talk to him, I looked down to see my fingers pulling on his clothes. I'm like, oh my god, what's that? I'm holding your t-shirt.
なんか、初めて会った時みたい。
It's like the first time that we met. Yofi was smiling bitterly, and I knew I'd regret it if I let him go now. Ooh. None of these seem like they will work for the work side. I'll walk you downstairs. That sounds worky. We're doing it. We're balancing. It's work. We did it. They're even still. Is it right? I don't know. I end up saying exactly the opposite of what I wanted.
わかった。
Alright. Yofi began to walk towards the elevator, but I stopped him by pulling on his clothes.
何？送ってくれるんじゃなかったの？
What? Aren't you planning to walk me out?
話してくれないと帰れないんだけど。
I can't leave if you don't let me go. How sweet. What a poetic sentence. I can't leave if you don't let me go. Not a sound would come out of my mouth. I merely stood there
こ
silently.
の間は僕を突き飛ばしたくせに、今度は自分から掴んでくるんだね。
You pushed me away the other day, but now you won't let me go. Remembering that moment, I felt a rush of heat run through me. I told him that I wanted to discuss all of it with him.
そうだね。僕も君と話がしたいと思ってた。
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about it too. And he's like, you liar. And then I'm like, I'm not a liar. Yofi took my hand that was holding onto him and pulled me close. He brought his face so close to mine that our lips nearly
で
touched.
も、ここじゃダメ。いつ誰に邪魔されるかわからないから。
Oh my god. Yofi's a tease. What the heck? So close we're almost touching, but not here. You never know who might be to interrupt us. His whisper left me feeling disturbed. I tried to ask him what he meant, but my mouth went slack. I was unable to speak. Did he drug me? I felt overwhelmed with exhaustion and suddenly collapsed in Yofi's arm. I just said he was going to put me in a cage, didn't I? I woke up in a room that was not my own. Oh my god. Right in front of me, Yofi was sleeping peacefully. Am I handcuffed to something? My thoughts foggy. I panicked and tried to move away from him, but he held me tightly in his arms. He's got like the hug of a bear. Before long, my frantic movement woke Yofi up as well.
わ、よかった。起きた。
You're awake.
なかなか起きないから、薬の量間違えたかと思って焦ったよ。
Just to be clear, if it's a certain drug that you give someone and that knocks them out, if you give them too much, they die. I was worried I'd given you too much, you weren't waking
ど
up.
ういうことって、君がトイレに行ってる間に飲み物に睡眠薬入れただけ。
What do you mean too much? And he's like, I put sleeping pills in your coffee when you went to the bathroom, silly, you silly bear. Yofi just told me he drugged me like it was the most normal thing in the world. He must have put me in a taxi while I was asleep and taken me back here.
僕は寝るつもりなかったのにな。今何時だろ
But I didn't plan on falling asleep myself. What time is it? As Yofi reached for his phone, I took the opportunity to escape his arms.
う。どこ行くの？
Where are you going? But he easily wrapped his arm around me again, hugging my body to his chest. It was true that I had wanted to talk to him, but that was before he did what he did.
帰る？どうして？
I'm leaving, Yofi. You want to leave? Why?
僕だって話がしたくて君をここに連れてきたんだよ。
I brought you here because I wanted to talk to you too, you know?
誰の邪魔も入らないところの方が良かったから。
I wanted to go somewhere nobody could disturb us, but you drugged me, Yofi.
驚かせてごめんね。
Sorry, did I startle you? You put drugs in my coffee, my guy. I wanted to talk to you like a normal person. Yofi spoke lightheartedly, like there was nothing wrong with this. I reminded him we were alone in the office yesterday.
会社なんていつ誰が来るかわからないでしょ？
Reminder, he still thinks we lied, so you never know who's gonna show
ス
up.
マホへの連絡で遮られるのも嫌だったし。
I didn't want anyone calling and interrupting us either. When he said that, it felt like my heart jumped and stuck in my throat.
ああ、君の荷物はちゃんと預かってるから安心して。
I brought all your stuff here, so don't worry.
大丈夫だよ。話が終わったら返すから。
And I promise I'll give it back once we're done talking. In other words, he wouldn't give me my belongings until he was satisfied.
なーに？その顔。
Come on, what's with that face?
呆然としちゃって。僕がこんなことするなんて信じられない？
You look stunned. You didn't think I was capable of something like this?
君からしたら、おとなしくてネクラでひ弱な僕がこんなことするなんて考えもしなかったんだろうね。
I mean, I knew Mathis, and Mathis was crazy. So, and you're voiced by the voice actor for Otaro, who is also crazy. I would say there's a trend. You never imagined that a pathetic, weak, antisocial guy like me could pull it off, huh? I was so taken aback, all I could do was stare silently at him. Just as I was about to open my mouth to speak, my stomach rumbled unexpectedly. I had the grumblies. I hadn't eaten anything since last night, but I couldn't believe my stomach would act up at a time like this. Like my body needs to know better.
体は正直だね。先に何か食べよっか。
The body can't lie, right? Let's eat something first. Silently, I wondered what kind of food he had prepared under these circumstances. It's potato chips and cola, my guy. As I hesitated, Yofi wrapped his hand around my waist and slowly stood up, pulling me with him.
ほら、来て。
All right, come on. He didn't need handcuffs. He is the handcuff. Did he think I would try to escape if he left me alone for even a moment? I mean, I would. He held on to me like a child who didn't want to leave his mother. Despite everything, the warmth emanating from his hand somehow put me at ease. She's a little crazy too. Was it because the grip of his hand was the only familiar sensation I had in this strange situation? Oh, he's got a kitchen. Hey. He tugged me along and brought me to the kitchen. Yofi opened the refrigerator and began rummaging through its contents with one hand, while keeping his other hand firmly around my wrist.
あ、プリンあるよ。これでいい？
I've got some pudding. Is that okay? He pulled his hand out of the fridge to reveal a 3-pack of pudding. When I dazedly nodded at him, he pulled me back into the living room.
はい、どうぞ。
Alright, here you go. Is he gonna hand feed me? What's happening? Yofi offered me a pudding and a spoon. I looked down at it and it appears to be factory sealed, meaning it's likely hadn't been tampered with, but
何も入れてないから大丈夫だよ。不安ならこっちと交換する？
I didn't put anything in it. It's fine. If you're nervous, I'll trade you mine. Yofi held out the pudding in his hand, to me like a peace offering. I shook my head and opened my cup pudding already in my hand. The whole thing felt surreal. Was I seriously eating pudding with him at a time like this? I stared at Yofi, feeling my gaze. Feeling my gaze, he turned to look at me and our eyes met.
もう一個いる？
You want another one? He seemed to think I was looking shyly at him because I wanted the last remaining cup.
あ、そう。じゃあ僕が食べる。
Okay, in that case, I'll eat it. I shook my head in disbelief as Yofi opened the lid of the last pudding. Despite the situation I found myself in, I started wondering about something. Yofi seemed so consumed to consume nothing but cola and potato chips and candy. I wonder if he ever ate proper food.
あ？自炊？してないけど。
Yofi, do you know how to cook? Do I cook for myself? No way.
っていうか、こんな状況で普通そんなこと聞く？
The better question is, why are you asking that now of all times? I don't know. I'm trying to, not feel stressed and anxiety. Seems strange to me too, but I couldn't stop myself. I started scolding him about eating properly. Anyways, you should eat real food, loser.
何それ？母親みたいなこと言わないでよ。
What's wrong with you? Don't talk to me like you're my mother. Yofi chuckled and smiled at me. After laughing briefly, he narrowed his eyes and looked directly at me.
本当、君は優しいね。
You really are such a sweet girl, Leah. I was actually expecting him to say Leah just now. That's why I paused. He had said the same thing to me before. I told him it was normal to think about those things, but he shook his head.
優しいよ。こんな時でも、君は僕に優しい。
You really are kind, even after all I've done to you.
昨日だって、仕事とはいえ絶対避けられると思ってた。
Take yesterday, for example. I know you could have avoided seeing me.
なのに全然普通に接してくるし、コーヒーだって僕が飲みやすいようにちゃんと甘くしてくれて。
Yet not only did you see me, you treated me as if nothing had happened. You even sweetened my coffee for me.
今だってそう。こんな状況なのに、突然食生活の心配とかしてくるし。
And now too, despite the circumstances, you're fussing about my health and eating habits.
バカなの？僕が君に何したか、ちゃんと分かってる。
To be clear, I do. I do, Yofi. Are you stupid? You know that what I've done to you is terrible, right?
どうしてこんな。
So why? Yofi's face contorted in anguish. I wasn't going out of my way to be kind to him. I was just doing what I wanted to do. And honestly, I thought Yofi was a sweet and caring person.
は？僕のどこが優しいっていうの？
You think I'm nice? I don't know. The fact that he gave me honest feedback about my work, the fact that he let me stay the night at his place when I was locked out, the fact that he followed me home for multiple nights, and when I told him that I was feeling nervous because I felt like someone was following me home, he then offered to walk me home. The fact that he drank my coffee so that we could talk. Just, sweetest guy I've ever met. The kindness he showed me before made it even more incomprehensible why he was acting differently now. Following me, spiking my drink, there were undeniably terrible acts. The Yofi I knew would never do those things. Yofi listened to me silently. He looked away awkwardly and whispered, his voice trembling.
君をロク君に取られたくなかった。
I just didn't want Roku to take you away from me too. Roku. He had mentioned that name before, but I still had no idea who he was talking about. Who the fuck is Roku, my
送
guy?
別会って嘘をついた日、君と一緒にいた男のことだよ。
It's the guy you were with when you lied to me about going to the party. Rofi had followed me to Evergreen that day, but there were so many men at the party, the Astarcy staff, Usui. I wasn't sure who he was talking about in particular. I was totally baffled and Yofi soon grew angry again.
はあ、まだとぼける気なの？僕を騙してでも会いたかったくせに。
You're still playing dumb? You said that you wanted to talk about it.
君だけは絶対僕に嘘をつかないと思ってたのに。
Just saying, Mathis had a panic attack like this once. You, I thought you of all people would never lie to me. His eyes were locked onto mine, clouded with anger and pain. He looked like he might shatter at any moment. I knew if this continued, we'd find ourselves talking in circles. All I could do was remain calm and insist I wasn't lying to him.
この後に及んでまだそれ。二人でバーに入っていったくせに。
Why are you still doing this? You walked into that bar with another man. Finally, I realized he was talking about Yoshioka, who I met by chance that day. I tried to explain to YOFY that he was mistaken, but he wouldn't let me speak. He grabbed me by the shoulders and began violently shaking me.
君の中途半端な優しさが僕を苦しめた。
You get a kick out of tormenting me with your half-hearted kindness?
約束破って他の男とデートするくらいなら、最初から優しくなんてしないでよ。
If you were gonna break your promise and go on a date with some other guy, why did you even toy with me in the first place? I thought he would just keep screaming at me, but he stopped abruptly, his voice breaking on the verge of tears.
君の優しさは残酷だよ。
Your kindness is what makes you so cruel.
それとも、僕をバカにしてたの？一人で舞い上がってる僕を見て、
Are you
楽
just
しんで
making
た？
fun of me? Damn, the voice actor is amazing, though. He is a very good voice actor. If you've watched Winter's Wish, he does the voice of Otaro in that game, too. He's got a good voice. Were you making a fool of me? Do you enjoy seeing me happy, knowing you're breaking my heart later? The picture he painted of me was crystal clear, and I was angry, or I was sad. I'm one or the other. If I cry, will he lick my tears again? Is a sentence I never thought I would say out loud. I wanted so badly to make him understand, but I couldn't get a word out. In my deep frustration, I felt tears suddenly stream down my cheek. YOFY calmed down, perhaps startled by my muted weeping, thinking I might finally get through to him. It's a POV shot. I cupped his cheeks in my hands and forced him to look at me. Gah. YOFY whimpered, caught frozen by the sudden churn of events. His dazzling green eyes were open wide and focused on me. I spoke slowly to him. I told him not to decide what had happened based on his fears, but instead to listen to me and trust me. If he still had questions, I'd address them one by one until he felt better, but only after he heard what I had to say. You're like, listen. I looked at him as sternly as I could until he nodded. Okay. You have to listen, okay? So I explained to him what happened on the day of the party. It was a farewell party for a coworker that Yoshioka knew very well, so he also attended. He and I just happened to meet in front of Evergreen and walk inside together. There was nothing else going on between me and Yoshioka. I hardly knew him. The two of us have never met privately together, not even for work. Because this is the other version of that route. After I explained things, YOFY still didn't look totally satisfied.
送別会なのに、なんでバーに？
If it's a farewell party, why go to the bar? Because it's our favorite bar, YOFY. I told him that Astario had a relationship with Evergreen and that we often use the bar for private parties.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. Also, did we not take any pictures during this party? I feel like you could just show like a group shot from that night going like, look, does this outfit look familiar? Yes, we only have 2 articles of shirts, but... After my calm explanation, did he finally decide that I wasn't lying? Either way, his voice was stained as he apologized.
裏切られたって勝手に思い込んで、感情が抑えられなくなって、
You're spiraling.
暴走した。
I thought you betrayed me and I fell down a rabbit hole of bad emotions and I lost control.
バーがどんな場所かもよく分かってなくて、もっといかがわしいっていうか。
I don't even really know what a bar is. I thought it was sleazier than that.
下心のある大人が酒を飲むための場所だと思ってたし。
A place for adults to drink and hook up. I know one person who would agree with you. His name's Nori.
それに、君と一緒にいたのがロク君だったから。
I think the fact that it was Roku made all these feelings more intense. You see, Roku is my brother. I thought it was strange that Yofi called Yoshioka Roku. I asked what kind of relationship the two had.
ロク君は僕の兄だよ。
Roku is my brother. You know, the guy who I'm jealous of. Do you remember that story? Come to think of it, I remember hearing that Yoshioka's first name was Rokuro. Yofi's reply was unexpected, but it also made so much sense. Based on everything I had seen and heard, Yofi's probably felt inferior to his brother. That may have been part of the reason he went crazy.
ねえ、今度は僕が話してもいい？
Is it okay if I talk now? Yeah, you go off, my boy. I nodded and he started slowly.
僕は人付き合いが苦手で、今まで人を好きになったことなんてなかった。
I told you before that I'm not good with people and I've never really fallen for anyone before.
でも、君と出会って初めて、誰かと過ごすのが楽しいと思った。
But when I met you, I realized how much I could enjoy being with someone else.
まだ出会ってそんなに経ってないかもしれないけど、僕には十分な時間で。
I know we haven't known each other all that long, and maybe it's too early to say this kind of thing, but
君のことが好きだと思った。
I think I love you, Leah. He looked at me with sad eyes, but tried to smile. Had he confessed to me in any other situation, I would have been happy about it.
怖がらせてごめん。ひどいことをしてごめん。
I'm sorry I scared you. I'm sorry I stalked you. I'm sorry I drugged you and brought you back here when you already wanted to talk and have a conversation. And if I hadn't drugged you, maybe it would have been less scary and a little bit more endearing. Sorry about everything.
僕なんかが君のこと好きになって。
Most of all, though, I'm sorry I fell for you. I felt the same way about him, or at least I did before, but I was afraid to readily accept his confession when he had done all these horrible things to me so easily. Taking my silence as my answer, Yofi stood up. He walked over to his closet and took out my things.
はい。
Here. I asked if I was alright to leave, and Yofi chuckled under his breath.
ほんと君はこの後に及んで。
Really, Hugh? After all of this.
ほら、僕の気が変わらないうちにさっさと帰りなよ。
Go on, get home safely now before I go all crazy again. Are you going to? Yofi pushed the bag towards me and I hesitantly picked it up and opened the door.
バイバイ。
Bye-bye. As the door closed, I could hear him crying quietly on the other side. Aww. Well, now I feel bad. His heart is broken.
もう会ってくれないだろうな。
Doubt I'll ever see her again if she was smart. Yes. I stared at the door Leah had just crossed, chewing on my lip. I knew I deserved this, but it still hurt.
最悪の場合、警察に突き出される可能性だってあるし。
Honestly, I'll be lucky if I don't end up in a jail cell.
ああ、あの子のことなんて
I
好
should
き
have
になるんじゃなかった。
never got involved with that girl. I hugged my knees and squeezed my eyes shut, trying to picture Leah's beautiful smile. Honestly, I thought it was going to be her coming back. When I got home, I checked my phone to see several missed calls from Oe and Director Kubas, which made sense. I disappeared without a trace for a whole day. I rushed to send them both a ring message apologizing for my absence with a claim that I had been sick. As I flopped back onto the sofa, my mind raced with memories of Yofi.
し、声出さないで。
We're not doing flashbacks. We're not doing...
ちょっと、 すぐねえ
When I actually met him, he was younger than I thought, cute but rough around the edges.
無事だ
And although it was hard to see sometimes, he could be so caring.
君と一緒に多分
I loved all the time I spent with him so much I never wanted those days to end. He always adamantly said he hated people, but he still fell in love with me. I blushed, thinking about how happy that made me. She's like, I'm not like other girls. I'm the one he'll stalk. After all that YOFY had done, I didn't know if I could ever forgive him, but the thought of living without him now seemed even more painful. I want to be with YOFY. I like him. Aren't those... I knew it in my heart. And I knew it was genuine, rooted in all the special time we spent together. That time he followed me home. Now that I realized the depth of my affection, there was only one thing to do. I had to stalk him back. It's the only thing. I thought I heard the sound of a chime and woke up in a daze. I checked the clock. It was already 7 p.m., late in the evening. Everything had been a blur since Leah left me yesterday. I'd done nothing but sleep. That's a mood. Assuming the chime was my imagination, I got up and headed to my computer to check my work email. And I heard the chime again. It was my doorbell.
誰
Who is it? Normally, I would have ignored a visitor at my door. I was still groggy and not thinking straight. I opened the door without even looking to see who it was. That's how you get stalkers. Okay, that was...
なんで
What? YOFY opened the door but stood there blinking in disbelief as if he saw a ghost.
夢
Oh, is this a dream? I brought my hand to YOFY's cheek. By the way, we still don't know his actual name. And pinched it softly. Does that feel like a dream?
痛い
That hurts. I teased him and said that meant he wasn't dreaming. I let go.
どうして来たの
Why are you here? I told him I needed to talk to him. After a moment's hesitation, he gestured
わ
inside.
かったいいよ
Got
上
it.
がって
Come on in. Like, all right. We sat down across from each other, both not sure where to start. The silence felt heavy as it dragged on. I'm just gonna say right now, he stalked you, and you guys are sitting on cushions on the floor. Finally, YOFY spoke up timidly.
もう会ってくれないかと思ってた
I thought I'd never see you again.
なんでって君にひどいことしたし
I mean, after what I did
幻滅したでしょ。
to you, don't you hate me now? I told YOFY he had a terrible habit of making assumptions about me. Of course, I needed time to be alone and think things through, but when you like someone, you've got to hear them out before jumping to conclusions.
ごめんこの間も君に怒られたばっかなのに
Sorry, you scolded me about that yesterday, too.
ほんと悪い癖だ一人で勝手に暴走して迷
I
惑か
also
けて
have the anxiety, so I get it, YOFY. It's a really bad habit. My thoughts kept running wild and I was causing you trouble. I carefully placed my hands over his and waited for him to raise his head. And I told him that if he ran wild again, I would be there to stop him by his side. This is the end of the K-drama, you can tell.
あ
The music is swelling, huh? To YOFY's complete surprise, I confessed how I felt about him.
好き
Daisuke.
君が僕を
You like me too, Leah? I smiled and nodded, though YOFY kept looking at me in total disbelief. I wanted to share experiences with him. I wanted to help him make up for all the things in his life he'd missed out on.
ありがとう。
Plus, I want $10,000 to not go to the police. So, Mama wants a new PC. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he threw his arms around me. I rubbed Yofi's back as he sniffled, but then he pouted at me.
また子供扱いしてるし。
You're treating me like a little kid again. First off, my heart melted when Yofi buried his face in my shoulder and I squeezed him. I teased him for crying, and Yofi pulled his face away and looked up at me. Up?
泣いてない。それに
I'm not crying. Also,
名前ヨフィじゃなくそう。
my name isn't Yofi, it's So. That's not in Yofi at all. The real name of Yofi. Say it isn't So. His true name. I called him by his name, feeling the way it sounded. It should say So now.
家
Yeah.
族以外に名前呼ばれたのってすごく久しぶりかも。
It's been so long since I've heard someone outside of my family call me by that name. I love your comments. I just like to be sassy when they're being sassy. I don't know. He's kind of a psychopath, right? But we love him. In that case, I'll call him by his real name as often as
あ
I
りが
can.
とう。大好き。
Thanks, Lee. I love you. We did it. Did we? We didn't get a CG. Wait, did we do it? A few nights later, I sat nervously on the couch in the living room at So's apartment. What couch? Okay. During lunch that day, when I was taking my break, I received a message on Ring from So. Cheers! Can you meet me after work today? Tomorrow's the weekend. If you're not busy, you can stay the night if you want. I missed him and wanted to see him, so I agreed right away, but I found myself nervous at the idea of staying the whole night. It's not like you haven't stayed the night at So's place before. Hang on me one sec, I'm turning my video off just for a moment because my eye's watering. And I don't want to rub my eye on camera. I blame the lights and my astigmatism. Okay. I went to So's place right after work, but he seemed to be stuck on the phone with someone when I got there. Did you bring clothes and jams? After hanging up, he returned to the living room.
ごめん、お待たせ。
Sorry about that. It was quite rare to see So on the phone, and I wondered who was on the other end.
ああ、君んとこの小バセさんが電話に出ないなら家に押しかけるとかいう恐ろしい留守電残してたから。
Director Kobas, he left me a voicemail telling me he'd break down my door if I didn't call him right back. I couldn't help but chuckle as I pictured a furious Director Kobas trying to get So on the phone. That's when I realized something strange. Why had Director Kobas contacted So if it was my job to act as his liaison?
ちょっとね。
About that?
詳しいことが決まったら君にもちゃんと話すから。
I'll be able to tell you when I have more details, Leah. What does that mean? I nodded and he sat down beside me. Perhaps because I was so nervous, I jumped involuntarily when our shoulders touched.
何？どうしたの？
What's wrong? I don't know. It's been a while. As I shook my head in denial, he studied me curiously, eyes looking me up and down.
ああ、なるほどね。
I know. I couldn't fool him, so intertwined his fingers with mine.
期待しちゃったんだ。
You're excited about something. Okay. Teasing me, he moved his fingers from mine and stroked the contours of my body.
キスしていい？
Can I kiss you? He asked. Look, he's growing. I nodded and he placed his lips on mine. Oh, my stars. Then slowly he pushed my body down. Interesting. His hot breath brushed my face. I couldn't tear my gaze from the light green eyes. They should probably take couples counseling still. Yeah, they could probably have like a professional look at them for just a second. My feelings for So overflowed and I unconsciously murmured my affection.
あんま可愛いこと言わないで。
You keep talking cute like that.
どう なっても知らないから。
There's no telling what'll happen to you. That is a fact when you consider the fact that he drugged her and stalked her. Before I could grasp what he meant, So's lips were on top of mine again. He kissed me over and over again. I was completely at his mercy and grasped for breath each time our lips parted. My stars, oh my goodness. I felt as though the two of us were intertwined as
こ
one.
ら、
Eh? He brought his lips up to my ear, his sultry voice whispering to me.
ダメだよ。ちゃんと見てて。
Wait, she's not wearing her usual shirt, I just realized. Wait, she has more than one shirt? She's not wearing the leopard print one that I hate so much? I didn't even know that was an option. What is his hand touching? Oh wait, I get it now. Okay. It's her back. You can't see his hand. I can, sorry. I want you to
目
watch.
閉じたら、お仕置きだからね。
If you close your eyes again, I'm gonna have to punish you. Also, what a lovely subtle detail. His jacket's unzipped and you can see his bare chest. So smiled at me mischievously. The way he said that made my body tremble in spite of myself.
何想像してるの？スケベ。
What did you think I meant, naughty girl?
そうだな。
I know. So lowered his face, hovering over my neck. He pressed his hot lips in the dip of my
これ
collarbone.
はさっきの分。
That's for earlier. So smiled was so mean, I half chokingly tried to push him off without using much strength.
ダメ。嫌なら目閉じなきゃいいだけでしょ？
No, if you don't like it, just don't close your eyes.
まあ、せいぜい頑張って。
Well, you can try at least. Not sure. So smiled suggestively and went right back to kissing me.
ほら、口開けて。
Here, open your mouth. My stars. I did as I was told, and his tongue entered.
やらしい顔。
Your face is so lewd. I feel like I am playing the wrong game right now. This was rated T in America, by the way. So chuckled and then kissed around the corners of my mouth. I was getting overwhelmed. I grabbed and hugged a couch pillow that was near me and so grumbled.
気に入らない。目の前に僕がいるのに。
Don't do that. I'm right here.
そんなのより、僕のことギュッてしてよ。
You don't have to hug that. Hug me instead. Sorry, my eye keeps watering. I'm trying to not make it a problem, but it eats me. To be fair, I did a lot of fumes in my face today because I was trying to prepare for painting. You don't have to hug that thing. Hug me. His bewitching smile, which seemed so mean just a moment before, instantly seemed rather adorable. He's cute now. We're like, he's so precious. Rising my body up, I obeyed his cute request and wrapped my arms around him.
あったかい。
You're so warm. Where are you? Wrapped up in the heat of our bodies, I felt incredibly safe. Even though I was at his mercy, I knew he was the only one I needed. So then slid his hand under my shirt and up my back.
ダメ。待たない。
Oh wait, here's that thing where I'm like, what's his hand doing? Right? I can't wait
大
anymore.
丈夫。怖くないよ。
So he's avoided people, right? Let's be real. He's avoided people. I'm his first obsession. Does he actually know what he's doing? Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. His cute expression was fleeting, and the mischievous look cast itself across his face once again. I half-heartedly tried to squirm away, and then he grabbed my wrist and pinned me down.
かわいい。
You're so cute. Thanks. Unable to bear his sensual whispers any longer, I closed my eyes and... He sucked hard on my neck.
もう忘れたの？目閉じたらお仕置きって言ったでしょ。
He's crazy, so remember that. Forgot already? I told you girls who close their eyes get punished. Hear me out. Maybe she did it on purpose.
そんな目で睨んでもダメ。
Don't give me
約
that
束
look.
はちゃんと守らなきゃ。
A promise is a promise, right? Our lips locked. I drowned in him, each kiss stealing every feeble breath I tried to take. Soon, the only thing I felt was the intense pleasure he gave me. He punished me many times that night. Okay. Interesting. Time passed, the summer turned to fall. Thanks to Show's help, the hard work of everyone on the team, Astarcy was not shutting down and slowly began to thrive. My days were busy but also very fulfilling. Then one day, we had an unexpected visitor at the Astario office.
吉岡です。プログラマーです。よろしくお願いします。
It says, that's so mean to him. It still says YOFY. Like, say Show now. He said his name Show. Call me Show. My name is Yoshioka. I'm a programmer. Nice to meet you. I couldn't help but gawk as Show gave everyone a brief self-introduction. I wasn't the only one surprised. I heard a voice whisper behind me.
え、プログラマー？じゃあヨフィーさんはどうすんの？
A programmer? What happened to YOFY?
さあ、うちとの契約が終わったんじゃないですか。
Not sure. I thought I heard his contract was up.
もしくはプログラマーさんが複数必要なほど忙しくなるのかも。
Maybe things got so busy that we needed another programmer? For those who didn't know, YOFY's true identity, Dr. Kobas began to speak.
ああ、そのことだがな。彼がヨフィ本人だ。
About that, this is YOFY. Is this supposed to be true to height? Because I know they said YOFY's not the tallest. Upon hearing the director's announcement, a choir of surprised shouts rang through the office.
まあ、驚くのも無理はないか。今まで堅くなに姿を見せようとしなかったやつがいきなり出社してるんだからな。
He wants to see my face. Oh my god, he loves me. He's willing to deal with people to be around me more. I guess it's pretty surprising the one who never showed his face suddenly volunteered to show up every day.
それ、嫌味？
Is that sarcasm?
まさか、顔を出してくれるようになって嬉しいって話だ。
No, it's just my way of saying I'm glad you're showing up. Director Kobas then returned his attention to the others.
これからはヨフィ、元井、吉岡くんが社内に常駐してくれることになった。
Moving forward, Yoshioka will be working here with us.
と言っても、別に社員契約を結ぶわけじゃなく、あくまで外注のままだがな。
He won't be here full time. He will not be a full-time employee just yet. It's still be contract work,
た
but
だ、先日のように PC やシステム関連で問題が生じた際に、そういった知識がある人間が近くにいた方がいいとの判断だ。
I figured it'd be better to have someone who knows the computers and the network in the building.
後で社内を案内してやってくれ。
Amasawa, I trust you'll give him a tour of the place later.
話は以上だ。解散。
Yoji, do you know? That is all. You're dismissed. As soon as Director Kobas finished speaking, the others approached So.
おお、本物のヨフィーさん。俺前にやり取りしたことあるんだけど覚えてます。
So you're the real YOFY? We emailed a couple times. Do you remember?
いや、まずあんたが名乗らないと誰だかわからないですから。
I think you'll need to tell him your name if you want him to remember.
そうだよ。
Did I never?
君だ。
Oh, it's a sweat drop. I was like, why does he got a mark on his cheek? That's right. So who are you?
俺だよ俺。
It's me, dude.
詐欺師か。
I just call him idiot.
そんなことより、ヨフィーさんってずいぶん若いんですね。あ、私はOA です。
Anyways, Yofi, you're pretty young, aren't ya? I'm Oe, by the way.
そんなこと？
You're ignoring me?
確かに若いですね。20歳くらいですか？
You do look young. Are you about 20?
28。
No, 28.
嘘！
Are you kidding?
嘘。
Yes, I'm kidding.
メールの文面はやけに硬かったけど面白いやつだったんだな。
He's so stiff in his emails. Turns out he's a real character. Oh, Mitsuki, you don't even know.
君みたいな変人に面白いとか言われたくないんだけど。
I don't want a weirdo like you to tell me that. Aw, snap. He chattered with everyone in his usual ambivalent manner, but I knew so well enough to know he was actually happy. Is he? Later that afternoon, I had taken So on a brief tour of the office. While I was looking forward to seeing him at work every day, I wondered why he suddenly decided to work in person. The question on my mind, I glanced at him inquisitively.
何？
What? So stopped in his tracks, aware of me looking over at him.
出社を決めた理由？ああ、それは。
The reason I decided to work here. He was about to say something. What? Yoshioka approached from across the hallway.
あ、お疲れ様です。
Miss Amasawa, nice to see you
それ
again.
とそうも、もう出社するようになってたんだね。
So I see you've decided to start coming into the office.
今日からだよ。今はオフィスの中を案内してもらってたとこ。
Yep, there's that Mathis pose. Today was my first day. She's showing me around. It was my first time seeing them interact with each other since I had learned that they were brothers. The two of them had similar appearances, and there was something about their demeanor that made the relationship seem obvious. Did he stalk us? I don't think he stalked us.
それにしても正直驚いたよ。あの層がリモートじゃなく出社して仕事をするようになるなんて。
I was quite surprised when I heard that you would be coming in instead of working remotely, so.
ま、みんなそう思うよね。僕は半分引きこもりみたいなものだったし。
Makes sense that you'd be surprised. I've been a hermit for nearly half my life.
いいことだよ。何か心境の変化でもあった？
I'm glad you came out of your shell. What changed your mind?
まあ、ちょっとね。
Well, you know. As he stuttered, Sho looked over at
この
me.
ままだと、ろくな人間にならないって思い知ったんだ。
I realized that if I didn't make a change, I wouldn't end up being a very good person. Like I might start stalking some girl I just barely started to get to know.
ずっと人付き合いを避けて生きてきたせいで、人の気持ちをちゃんと考えることができてなかった。
I spent so much of my life avoiding people and social situations that I lost the ability to think about others.
そのせいで、大事な人に迷惑をかけたか
That led me to cause trouble for someone I really, really care about.
ら。それと、
Besides. After saying all that, he looked sheepishly at the ground.
ロク君に少しでも近づきたいと思って。
I'd like to get to know my brother a little better too. I feel like your eyes are so much larger than your brother's.
そ
So? Yoshioka looked surprised by his brother's earnest words. His face beamed and he patted his little brother on the
う。
head.
お前がしたいようにすればいいよ。
I think that's an excellent idea.
言われなくてもそうするし。
I know. That's why I'm doing it.
ていうか、子供扱いしないで。頭撫でるとか。
Also,
僕
don't
のこといくつだと思ってる
treat
の？
me like a little kid. Stop touching my head.
いいんだよ。いくつになっても俺の方が年上なんだから。
No matter how old you get, you'll always be my younger brother. And I watched the two of them tease each other. I could sense the strength of their bond. So always said he had felt inferior to his brother Yoshioka, but I could tell that he still cared about him the way they would be just fine.
あ、よかったら今度、そうと一緒にうちへ遊びに来てくださいね。
Miss Amasawa, if you like, you and So should come visit the house and pay us a visit sometime. I thought Yoshioka left.
僕たちが付き合ってるなんて
I
一
never
言
told
も言っ
him
て
that
な
we
い
were
の
a
に。
couple.
ほんとロク君にはかなわないな。
Seriously, you can't beat that guy. It's like the only thing you ever said is like, what's your deal with Amasawa, huh? So grinned happily as he watched Yoshioka leave. Like, whoa, 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 we're actually not a couple. Later that evening, So welcome party at Evergreen had just wrapped up, and the two of us walked back to his place together.
普通バーってあんなにバカ騒ぎしていいところじゃないでしょ。
So normally you're not supposed to be that loud at a bar, right? So sighed, recalling how he had gotten roped into listening to drunken Satomi and Oi ramble endlessly. I thought he enjoyed it more than he let on.
別に普通。
Not really. So turned away, feign ambivalence. As I giggled, he turned back around with pursed
でも
lips.
さ、君があの距離感バカにちょっかいかけられてたのが気に入らない。
You know, I don't like how that flashy idiot acts so casually with you.
距離感バカは距離感バカだよ。早乙女さんのこと。
Even idiots should respect personal space, and by idiot, I mean Saitomi. I thought back, but couldn't recall any time Satomi had gotten too close.
たまに肩とか触られてたでしょ。前も手握られてたし。
Kept touching your shoulders, and that one time he held your hand.
何？覚えてないの？
He held my hand? Seriously? You don't remember?
あ、これいける。
たまたま昼間に外出して、たまたまあの辺を歩いてたら、たまたま見かけたんだよ。
I happened to be on walk that day and just saw what he did with you. He says that nonchalantly, but he's been stalking us. Like, he's been following us home. Like, he knows what time we leave work, and he's been following us. He's like, I don't usually follow you during lunch hours, just to be clear. Just happened one time. Much like that Yoshioka, I couldn't help but laugh at how So was always at the wrong place at the wrong time.
笑ってないでさ。ただでさえ男ばっかの職場なんだから、
You,
ちゃんと危機感持ってよね。
it's not funny. You really should be more careful about working with guys like that. So put his head on my shoulder, his face making a pouty expression.
どうせ全員に対してお優しく接してるんでしょ？
I know you're always just trying to be nice to them,
男なんてすぐ勘違いするんだから、ほどほどにしなよ。
but men are easily misled.
まあ、ちゃんと僕が毎日見張ってるけど。
Thankfully, I'll be able to keep an eye on them from now on. I didn't mind him watching out for me, but I also didn't want him stirring up trouble with the other employees. Besides, in the office, our priority was work first and foremost. I used my best authoritative voice, making sure he knew not to get out of line, so nodded reluctantly.
まあいいや。今は独り占めできるし。
Whatever, I got you all to myself right now. Mo. As he spoke, he smiled wickedly and pushed my body down onto the couch. What happened next? A few months passed since then. So fit in well at the office and seemed to develop good relations with his coworkers. Then, when the two of us had our first long weekend together, we decided to take that trip to the theme park we couldn't take before. As the days drew to the close, the final ride I wanted to go on was the Ferris wheel. So was slumped over in his seat, a bottle of water loosely held in his hand. I figured it was probably because of the rides we went on before this. I knew he didn't like roller coasters, so we tried to avoid them,
な
but
んで宇宙旅行してたら突然宇宙連合軍から攻撃されるの？
why would the Galactic Federation attack a small group of people on a tour of the stars?
一般市民を狙ってくるとか、あの地球外生命体は人の心がないわけ？
Captain Lex. We weren't doing anything wrong, but stupid Captain Lex warped us into a combat zone. It was just as So said. The ride was supposed to be a tour of the Fendor moon with cute teddy bear characters, but the scene half turned into a space battle with rapid turns and
もう
accelerations.
絶対騙されない。
I'm never riding that one again. I tried to distract a grumbling So by encouraging him to enjoy the scenery. The sun had just set, and the windows of our pod gave us a glimpse of the illuminated park below.
本当だ。綺麗。
You're right. It's so beautiful. Looking out the window, so smile.
まあでも楽しかったな。
Well, it was pretty fun.
前までの僕だったら人は多いし並ばなきゃいけないしで絶対にテーマパークなんて行こうと思わなかった。
Before, I could never imagine going to a theme park with all the crowds and lines.
でも君と一緒だと何でも楽しい。
But with you, I feel like I can do anything. Like fly? Should we jump? No.
並ぶのも
Too
アトラク
intrusive.
ションに乗るのもショーを見るのも全部いい思い出。
That's such a lie. That's like saying I went to Disneyland and I didn't mind waiting 45 minutes for each ride. Don't lie to me. The lines, the rides, the shows, I loved every minute of it.
ま、宇宙連合軍の奴らのことは許してないけど、
Except maybe the battle with the Galactic Federation. I was so happy he'd enjoyed all of it, and I laughed at the last bit.
君があの時エスタリオで僕に気づかなかったらこんな関係になることもなかったんだよね。
If you hadn't noticed me when I visited Astario, Leah, I don't think any of this would have happened.
ありがとう。僕に気づいてくれて。
Thank you for noticing me. Aww. So's eyes narrowed in a smile. I smiled back at him and held his hand. You almost forget he's psychotic.
なんかキスしたくなった。
Would you mind if I
Stay?
kissed you here? Looking directly at me, he took his other hand and gently caressed my cheek. Although we were alone in the Ferris wheel pod, someone still could have seen us. Embarrassed, I shook my head.
やだ。する。絶対。
Nodded. Shook. She said no. Sorry, too late. He had learned, but then he was wrong, so brought his face closer to mine, and I closed my eyes in anticipation. Oh, was her hair down? Oh, that's cute. Okay. I felt him drop a small kiss on my cheek.
口にすると歯止めが効かなくなりそうだから。
If I kissed you on the lips, I don't think I could stop myself, and it's not that kind of game.
それとも実は期待してた。
Unless that's what you want. Is her earrings like dandelion puffs? He smirked at me, so I nodded back, trying to one-up him.
は？
So blush and folded his arms. Unamused and challenged, so brought his face closer to mine again, pouting.
もうどうなっても知らないから。
There's no telling what will happen next.
大好き。
I love you, Leah. Aww. In the beginning, I didn't know his face or even his voice. I could have never imagined we'd end up like this. But I learned a lot about him, both the good and the bad. Because of the good and despite the bad, I fell in love with him. I resolved to tell him how much I loved him every day so he'd never feel alone again. Because I can fix him. When the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, we shared a tender kiss and promised to keep growing together forever. My bangs need to be trimmed. Actually, that's probably why my eye keeps watering. So wait, does this one have a love balance? Oh, remember when I stalked you? And you fell asleep on my shoulder because I scared you. And then I took a shower and didn't even question walking into the living room without my shirt on. That's how you should have known he liked you. Saying. That's a classic tactic of, oh, you saw me shirtless. Oh yeah, and I'll kiss your tears away. I remember that. And I'm like, look at me. The kiss on a Ferris. Well, that's honestly the cutest CG so far. I think that's my favorite from the game so far. Presented by Automates. Yay!
Sympathy kiss. 言っとくけど、
It's
僕以外の
nighttime.
や
Wait,
つ
was
に
it
会いに
nighttime
行くの
before?
は
Does
許
this
さない
game
か
know
ら。
what time it is? Where I'm at? Oh, he does show up on here now. Let's got pictures. I'm
シン
like,
パシーキス
I'm lost.
一
I'm
緒に
already
見て回ろう
lost.
か。
I just got here and
はい
I'm already lost.
お手をどうぞ。
Alright, gallery. Does that mean? Okay, wait. I have no missing photos. There's no other route. I don't care. There's no picture. I don't care. It says I have 12 of 12. Oh wait, how am I missing some of his? Did I get stuck and I couldn't remember how to get it? Interesting. Well, I'll get to that one later. If his bad ending doesn't have a photo, I'm not going to do the bad ending. I'm kidding. I just care for CGs. If I don't get a picture, then I don't care. Now I got to figure out how I'm missing 2 of his. I probably blacked out last time I played. Not really. I just forgot. Honestly, it wasn't the worst route. Definitely not a fan of the stalking and the drugging and the force kiss. I don't know if there's anything else I can say after that. I'm not a fan of it. But it definitely wasn't the worst they could have done. Do you have a profile sheet now? Hobbies, gaming. Special skills, gaming. Favorite food, French onion soup. Total no-go, bitter vegetables. Drinking no. Smoking no. Perfect end message. Wait, his blood type A? His birthday's January 9th? When's his birthday? Brothers. Horse rank. Shrimp bisque. Namiko mushrooms? Drinking yes, smoking no.
吉岡六郎28歳6月23日生まれの大型で身長は180センチテンプスティの企画制作部で部長を務めているよ。カードゲームとゴルフはよくやるかな。ゴルフは最初接待のために。はい、君にプレゼント。以前のリップも素敵だったけどこの色も君に似合うかなって。今塗ってみて。やっぱりよく似合う。ねえ、女性にリップをプレゼントする意味知ってる？じゃあ教えてあげるね。わかった？これをつけて俺にたくさんキスしてほしいな。
I have a gift for you. Your previous lipstick was great, but I think this color would suit you even more. Want to try it out? Give it a try? Yes, absolutely stunning. Do you know what it means when a man gives a woman lipstick? No. You got it. I want you to wear it and give me lots of kisses, okay? Understood. Okay. Interesting.
君さ、僕の彼女だって自覚ちゃんとある？デート中に目を離した僕も悪いけど、ほいほい他の男に話しかけられないでよ。ダメ、許さない。けど スしてくれたら考えてあげてもいい。は？にやけてないから。そんなことより今のじゃ全然足りない。だからほら、もう一回。
You know you're my girlfriend, right? I guess it's partly my fault for taking my eyes off of you during our date. But you can't go around talking to other guys like that. I won't allow it. Maybe if you give me a kiss, I'll forgive you. Of course I'm not smiling yet. That wasn't nearly enough. You'll have to kiss me a lot more if you want me to forgive you. Proving he is stable. Okay, am I bothered by not having all of his pictures? Hang on, let's see. Because I swear it said there wasn't... what's this? Okay. Maybe I need to find the person who actually posts when you get the CG so I know. I honestly don't know who does that. My stomach just growled. Oh gosh. Okay. I'll have to look into it since I don't want to just be silly and searching for it. But yeah, so far, pretty cute. We have finished 2 routes. We still have 6 more to go. Is that right? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another secret route, yeah. But apparently, bartender's route is short. And the other secret one's only 4, so that should be easy to do enough in one day. And then we are going to be doing Shuyas? Mitsuki. I think Shuya. No, let's do Mitsuki. We'll do a 4 and then a 6 and then a 4. So we'll do Mitsuki next, and then we'll do Shuyas after that. And then Kohi, and then Nori. And then that secret route, and then Yoji. I could be wrong on this order I want to do, by the way. And then tomorrow, I'll be playing Cupid Parasite. Oh, are we blurry? Have I been blurry this whole time? Sounds about right. Anyways, we'll do Cupid Parasite tomorrow because I want to finish Cupid Parasite. I might start earlier tomorrow since the prep for the bathroom took forever today. So I should be in a good spot to finish it tomorrow as far as the painting goes. So I'm looking forward to finishing it and making it look cute in there. But who knows? I had a lot of surprises today. Everything went wrong today when I was trying to work on the bathroom. So maybe everything will go wrong tomorrow and my thought process will be wrong and I'll start Cupid Parasite way late. But I'm not stopping until I quit, so I might have to have an energy drink tomorrow. Good night, Jade. Thank you for joining me for the stream today. Also, Blue-Eyed Heroine, thank you for joining me too. I hope you guys have a great time. I will see you guys soon. And if you're watching this on YouTube, you can check out Twitch if you want to see my more recent streams. And if you're on Twitch, you can check out all my VODs on YouTube. I've uploaded them all over there. You can also check out our Discord where we've been talking about Otome games and what we're doing lately. That's been a lot of fun. Thank you guys for being there and joining me. Have a lovely night, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye.